What if the fate of nations hinged not on grand strategies, but on the whispers of a single, treacherous letter? The ink still wet, its contents threatening to ignite an inferno, diplomatic disaster, or a masterpiece of manipulation. In the hushed corners of history, where one wrong move could shatter alliances like fragile glass, a scandal brewed that could rewrite everything. Amidst the smoke of cannon fire, a chessboard sprawled across Europe. Kings played their pieces, but the real game unfolded in shadowed parlors and dimly lit cafes, where a spy's grin hinted at chaos. The world, on the brink of war, was like a tightrope walker swaying dangerously over an abyss. One misstep, a single betrayal, how devastatingly exhilarating. But who truly pulls the strings? A cunning general with a secret agenda? A diplomat sipping tea, his mind spinning webs of deceit? Or perhaps a simple soldier, disillusioned by the lies and ready to spark a revolution with nothing more than a match and a heart full of fury? Questions spiral, each more tantalizing than the last. In a landscape where every man harbors ambition, the train to destiny rattles forward, fueled by steel and blood. Courage, they say, is the greatest weapon. But courage can be a double-edged sword, slicing through loyalty, slicing through sanity. The battlefield is a stage, and on it, madness dances as the tragicomic reality unfolds. Soldiers, their faces smeared with dirt and desperation, march forward, like puppets on fraying strings, unaware of the puppeteer's grip tightening around their fates. What truly lies beneath the banners that wave in the wind? Is it honor, or is it the insatiable hunger for power, rooted deeply in the soil of ambition? A single incident, a forgotten diary, a coded message, like a breadcrumb trail leading to an unspeakable truth. A truth that could unmask the heroes as villainous shrouds and ignite the hearts of the forgotten. Can laughter and grief coexist in the trenches of war? One moment, a comrade cracks a joke, the next, a cannonball obliterates him into oblivion. Absurdity reigns in this theater of the grotesque, where the audience is the world, and the play is betrayal. The laughter echoes, turning to screams, morphing into a cacophony of chaos that leaves no room for sanity. Egos clash like titans, while the underbelly of society stirs, blind to the delicate balance of power teetering on a knife's edge. The chess pieces shuffle, and the clock ticks louder, each tick a heartbeat echoing through the annals of history. What was promised? What was taken? The answer resides in every flickering candle and every hurried breath, daring you to look closer. The truth is not just a whisper, it's a roar, a feverish heartbeat pounding in the chest of a continent on the brink of destruction. Secrets beg to be unearthed, and amid the whispers of betrayal and ambition, one question remains: when the dust settles, who will rise from the ashes, and at what cost? The air crackled that fateful summer day, thick with an unshakable tension, as if the very skies braced themselves for the tumult that loomed just beyond the horizon. A distant thunder rolled, but it wasn't the storm that sent shivers down spines. No, it was the knowing whisper of inevitability, the dark, murky cloud of conflict that brewed between the proud French and the calculating Prussians. I remember the streets of Paris, cafes bustling with laughter, yet the laughter felt hollow, a child's haunting mirth echoing in the shadow of a graveyard. The shadow of an unthinkable war. Emily stood by the window, her heart racing, not from the heat of the day, but from the palpable anxiety that had seeped into her bones. She pressed her palm against the cold glass, willing the world outside to still, to breathe easy. But how could it? When every corner of her city whispered of betrayals past. I remember, she whispered, the way we dreamed of glory, of revolution, of standing united. But there was a tremor in her voice, a crack that revealed the flaw in those dreams. She was torn between the fiery nationalism that surged through her veins and the crippling fear of what that nationalism could birth. Across the border, in a dimly lit room in Berlin, Klaus felt the weight of his duty like a leaden cloak. The Prussian officer, a man of steel and struggle, saw the world through a lens tinted with ambition. I remember, he thought, the memory unfurling like a dark flower, the cold night when Bismarck spoke of unification, of power, of destiny. His hands clenched into fists, the knuckles white with restraint, yet the intensity of his resolve crackled like electricity. Around him, shadows danced, faceless figures murmuring of war, of a future that glittered like a sword's edge. Did they know? Did they truly understand the cost of such glory? And then there was Henri, the soldier, young, naive, his heart a battlefield of conflicting loyalties. He stood in the shadows of his father's workshop, the scent of wood shavings clinging to his skin, mingling with the metallic tang of fear that filled the air like poison. "I remember," he muttered, looking at the unfinished toys stacked in corners. The children laughed, the parents smiled. But those smiles were fading, replaced by the grim specter of war. Would he be a hero or a ghost? The thought twisted in his gut, a serpent coiling tighter with each passing moment. The weight of expectation sat heavy on his shoulders, a shroud of dread that threatened to suffocate him. As Emily walked the cobblestone streets of Paris, her soul echoed the pulse of a city on the brink. Every face she passed spoke of their own fears, their own dreams, yet all shared the same shadowy cloud above them. They won't understand, she thought, her heart racing, a frantic bird trapped in a cage of despair. They think glory is worth the cost. How easy it was to romanticize war, to drape the notion of battle in the colors of heroism, when blood and cries of anguish were mere echoes of history. Klaus, too, felt the thrum of history beneath his feet. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder and ambition, and he couldn't shake the feeling that he was standing at the precipice of something great, or something catastrophic. What is greatness built upon? He pondered, staring at the map sprawled before him, lines and borders shifting like the sands of time. Is it worth the lives, the hearts shattered like glass? He sensed the answer lurking in the shadows, just beyond his grasp, taunting him with promises of power. And then Henri, the beautiful boy with dreams like wildflowers, soon to be trampled in the march of soldiers. He picked up a toy soldier, its paint chipped and faded, reflecting the innocence he was losing. "I'm not a soldier," he told himself, but the drum beats of war were growing louder, the clarion call too sweet to resist. "I remember," he whispered to the empty room, "the stories of brave men, of valor, but courage was a fickle friend, and Henri couldn't tell if he was being beckoned forward or pushed into the abyss." The night cracked open like an egg, spilling forth darkness as their paths intertwined in ways yet unseen. Emily, her heart a tempest, approached the square. "What if I'm wrong?" she thought, fear gnawing at her resolve. The voices of the people around her were a symphony of hope and despair, a cacophony that threatened to drown her. She felt like a ghost drifting among the living, invisible yet achingly aware of every heartbeat, every whispered secret. Across the borders, Klaus heard the murmurs of his compatriots, the tantalizing thrill of the hunt in their voices, mingled with the smoldering embers of resentment. Every empire has its day, he mused, the brutality of his thoughts edged with a grim satisfaction. Yet as the weight of his decisions pressed upon him, he wondered if he, too, would become a victim of the very ambitions that drove him forward. And Henri, standing at the crossroads, felt the world shifting beneath him. Each day that passed pulled him closer to the precipice, a dizzying height that promised both glory and ruin. He wanted to scream, to run, to hide from the reality that was closing in like a vice. The dreams of children were carved into his soul, but the cries of battle loomed large in the horizon. "I'm not ready," he pleaded with the universe, aching for a moment of respite, just one. As the stars flickered above, scattered like the shards of dreams yet unfulfilled, the stage was set. The tension hung thick in the air, a coiled serpent ready to strike, ensnaring the hearts of those who dared to dream of a brighter tomorrow. The clock was ticking, each second an echo of a heartbeat, a reminder that time, relentless and unforgiving, marched toward a reckoning. The shadows thickened, deepening the divide between ambition and morality, between dreams and nightmares. And as the clock chimed ominously in distant towers, signaling the approach of a storm, each character stood poised on the brink, each heart racing, each breath heavy with the weight of decisions yet to come. The prelude to conflict was not merely a backdrop, it was a living, breathing entity, intertwining their fates in a dance as old as time itself, a dance that beckoned them toward an uncertain future, full of passion, pain, and the haunting specter of what it meant to be human. The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing through the narrow Parisian streets, a haunting reminder of time slipping away as shadows danced with the flickering gaslight. I stood on the edge of a cobbled square, heart pounding, where whispers of revolution mingled with the scent of coal smoke and the distant clatter of hooves on stone. It was the pulse of a city, alive yet perilously quiet, brimming with unspoken fears and desires. This was the France of the 1860s, a cauldron of ambition and despair, a stage set for tragedy. I remember when I first met Emile. He stood there, a figure wrapped in a tattered overcoat, eyes alight with a fierce hope, yet clouded by the weight of unfulfilled dreams. He was a journalist, desperate to etch his truth onto the world, to pierce the veil of lies spun by those in power. Each word he wrote was a dagger, a battle cry against the empire, against the emperor who turned a blind eye while the people starved. I watched him as he scribbled furiously in his notebook, ink smudging his fingers, the pages alive with the heartbeat of a restless nation. But each hero has a shadow, and for Emile, it was Margot. She was the embodiment of contradictions, a fervent supporter of the Republic yet bound by familial loyalty to the Bonaparte name. Torn between love and duty, she wandered through the streets like a lost soul, her heart caught between the ideals of freedom and the chains of legacy. I could see the conflict etched on her face as she clutched a letter from her brother, a soldier in the Emperor's army, filled with promises of glory and loyalty. I remember, she whispered, her voice a ghostly echo, the day I chose to believe in something greater than myself. I stood by, an unseen witness to their turmoil. It was the summer of '66, the air thick with tension, as rumors of uprisings danced through the city like wildfire. The people were restless, the ground beneath us simmering with unexpressed rage. I remember the cries of the workers, their voices uniting in a chorus of desperation. Bread! Liberty! Justice! They shouted, fists raised high, a tide of humanity threatening to engulf the very pillars of power that had long oppressed them. In the corners of the cafe where we gathered, the air was thick with the scent of tobacco and stale pastries, the laughter mingling with despair. Emile would lean in, his breath a warm gust against my ear, recounting tales of resistance. They bathed once a year, he would joke, a mischievous grin lighting up his face, so romance was earthy. The absurdity of his humor would slice through the weight of our reality, a brief escape from the encroaching darkness. Yet beneath the laughter lay a poignant truth. How could we dream of a better world when we were shackled by the stench of injustice? Then came the night of the demonstration, a moment suspended in time. The square was alive, throbbing with raw emotion, bodies pressed together like a living tapestry of hope and fear. I felt the tremor of anticipation in my bones, a collective heartbeat pulsing through the crowd as Emile took the makeshift stage, his voice rising above the din. We are not just subjects, he roared, we are citizens. Margot watched, her heart a pendulum swinging between pride and terror. You don't understand, she pleaded, grabbing my arm, her voice trembling like a leaf in the wind. If he speaks out, they will come for him. They will take him away. The weight of her fear wrapped around me like a shroud, and I could see the shadows of the past creeping in, the ghosts of dissenters silenced, the echoes of a guillotine's blade still fresh in the collective memory. The tension snapped like a taut string, and the crowd surged forward, a wave of fervor crashing against the barricades of the established order. The night exploded with chaos, shouting, gunfire, the sharp scent of gunpowder stinging the air. My heart raced, pounding against my ribs like a wild animal desperate to escape. In that moment, I saw Emile and Margot, their eyes locking in the chaos, a love story intertwined with the fate of a nation. Stay close, he yelled, but the turmoil swallowed him whole. I felt the ground shift beneath my feet, the city's pulse quickening, as if it too was holding its breath. I searched for Margot, the raw fear etched on her face, her grip on my arm tightening like a vice. We were caught in the whirlwind of history, in a moment that would determine the very essence of our existence, yet all I could think of was how fragile we all were, like porcelain dolls in a storm. And then, amid the clamor and confusion, a shot rang out, echoing through the night like a thunderclap, halting time itself. Everything froze, bodies stiffened, hearts stopped. I turned toward the source of the sound, a single drop of blood staining the cobblestones. In that moment, the world shifted, the air thick with the weight of choices made and lives forever altered. Emile! Margot cried, the sound piercing through the tumult, a haunting melody of loss. I felt a chill creep down my spine, an icy hand grasping my heart. I wanted to scream, to shake the world awake, but silence enveloped us like a shroud, heavy and suffocating. The ghosts of our pasts converged around us, shadows whispering secrets of love and loss, of dreams and despair. I remember the faces, their hopes, their fears. I remember the night, the chaos, the shot that shattered everything. This was the political landscape of France in the 1860s, a tapestry woven with threads of heartbreak and resilience, a haunting echo of what was and what could be. As dawn broke, casting a pale light over blood-soaked streets, I felt the weight of a new beginning, or perhaps the end of everything. In this cacophony of life, I knew nothing would be the same again. The city was breathing, alive with murmurs of change, yet beneath it all lay the haunting reminder that history repeats itself, a restless spectre, waiting. The shadows loomed large, but I could still hear the whispers of Emile and Margot, their hopes intertwining with the pulse of a nation yearning for freedom, their love a flickering flame against the vast, unfathomable darkness. And so, we stood at the precipice, teetering on the edge of an uncertain tomorrow, with echoes of revolution resonating in our hearts, forever bound to the dreams that dared to challenge the night. The air crackled like a tempest about to break, every breath heavy with the promise of change. Beneath the cold, indifferent sky of a Berlin evening, Otto von Bismarck stood at the edge of a gathering storm, the weight of an entire nation pressing down on his shoulders. His eyes, sharp as winter's frost, scanned the faces around him, each a mask of hope and despair, each a thread in the fraying tapestry of a broken Germany. The shadows of war loomed large, whispering secrets that only he could hear. The world was teetering on the precipice of something monumental, and he was the architect of this looming chaos. I remember the first time I felt the pulse of history. It was as if the ground beneath me vibrated with the echoes of thousands who had fought and bled for the dream of unity. Bismarck was a man driven by his own demons, a strategist with a heart forged in steel and fire. The conflict within him was palpable, a constant battle between his ambition and the toll it would take on the lives of others. He was not merely a leader, he was a puppet master, his strings tugging at the hearts of the people. I remember his resolve, burning hot like a forge, and yet, in those fleeting moments, I could see the flicker of doubt lurking in his eyes. Across the city, in a dimly lit tavern, a young soldier named Friedrich nursed his wounds, both physical and emotional. The stench of cheap ale and sweat clung to him like a shroud. He was a child of the war, a soldier caught in the machinery of a conflict that seemed endless. His hands trembled as he traced the scars on his skin, a map of battles fought and brothers lost. The ache in his heart was a gnawing beast, a reminder that he was fighting not just for a unified Germany, but for the memory of his fallen comrades, for a future that felt increasingly out of reach. I remember Friedrich's laughter, once so full of life, now hollow and echoing through the tavern like a ghost. He laughed to keep the darkness at bay, but the weight of what he had seen crushed him, a relentless tide. He spoke of glory, of heroism, but behind his words lurked a fear that gnawed at him like a ravenous wolf. The futility of it all, what glory was left to be had when the cost was measured in blood and sorrow? He was a soldier, yes, but he was also a son, a brother, a lover. The war demanded everything, and in its wake, left nothing but shadows. And then there was Clara, a woman who wore her fierce spirit like armor. She moved through the streets of Berlin, eyes alight with a fire that threatened to consume her. In the chaos of the times, she had found her voice, a clarion call for change that resonated with the women around her. But even beneath her bravery lay a tempest of uncertainty. The world she fought for was a tempest of its own, swirling with the promise of equality and freedom, yet steeped in the realities of gendered oppression. I remember her voice, rising above the din of the tavern, a melody that spoke of revolution. "We will not stand idly by while they decide our fate," she cried, and the very walls seemed to shudder at the force of her conviction. Yet, I could see the moments of vulnerability flashing across her face, the flicker of fear before she steeled herself for battle. Clara was caught between two worlds, one that wanted to cage her, and the other that hungered for her strength. Each rally, each protest, was a step into the unknown, a dance with destiny that could ignite or extinguish everything she yearned for. As Bismarck plotted his diplomatic maneuvers, Friedrich clutched his rifle, longing for a purpose, while Clara rallied the voices of the silenced. The air thickened with tension, every heartbeat a countdown to an explosion of change. Each character stood on the precipice of their own crises, intertwined in a web of ambition and despair. They were alive, pulsing with emotion, and their choices would reshape the very fabric of their existence. The night deepened, shadows creeping into every corner of the city. A clock tower chimed, resonating through the streets, marking the seconds as they slipped away toward inevitable confrontation. I felt the weight of every tick, each chime an echo of history, a reminder that time waits for no one. Bismarck's plans were set in motion, the flicker of war igniting like a match in dry brush, ready to consume everything in its path. Friedrich, torn between loyalty and morality, would soon find himself faced with a choice that would define him forever. Clara, too, would stand at the crossroads of her destiny, her voice a beacon for those yearning for change, even as fear threatened to silence her. I remember it all, the cries of the people, the thunder of marching feet, the crush of bodies against bodies, the way the world felt irrevocably changed in that moment. I felt the tension coil in the air, a tightrope stretched taut, waiting for the smallest spark to ignite it. Political borders blurred, and humanity emerged from the shadows, raw and bleeding but alive with possibility. The stage was set, the players in place, and the world around them was shifting, each heartbeat echoing in the stillness of the night. The unification of Germany was not merely a historical event, it was a visceral experience, a tapestry woven with the threads of dreams and nightmares. Their stories intertwined, a chaotic dance of ambition, loss, and love, each step leading them closer to an uncertain future. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, it brought with it the promise of change. But in that moment of stillness, before the storm broke, the weight of their decisions loomed larger than ever. Would they rise together or fall apart? In the silence, the ghosts of the past whispered their truths, and the promise of a united Germany hung in the balance, fragile yet fierce, waiting to be born into a world that would never be the same again. A velvety darkness cloaks the room, thick with the tension of 1,000 unsaid words, the air crackling with dread. Otto von Bismarck, cloaked in the shadow of his own machinations, stands at the edge of a dimly lit chamber, the flickering candlelight playing tricks on the walls, dancing phantoms that taunt him. He can feel the weight of fate coiling around him like a serpent, ready to strike. He knows that with every passing moment, the ground beneath him shifts, the world teeters on the brink, and the ghosts of ambition whisper sweetly in his ear. In that moment, he is not merely a chancellor, he is the architect of chaos, the puppeteer of destinies, pulling strings that could unravel empires. The ticking clock on the wall is relentless, each beat echoing like a war drum, summoning a storm that he alone has summoned. Outside, the streets of Berlin pulsate with an energy that is electric, a restless tide of citizens unaware that their lives hang by the thinnest of threads. Bismarck's heart races. He remembers the faces of men, his friends, his rivals, each one a pawn, a potential casualty in a game he has set into motion. Across town, a young soldier named Friedrich stares into the abyss of his own uncertain future. His hands tremble, the rifle feels foreign, heavy, a harbinger of death and glory mixed into one sinuous whole. He is a boy in a man's world, caught in the riptide of loyalty and fear, longing for a home he may never return to. The smell of gunpowder lingers in his nostrils, an intoxicating promise of valor and violence, pulling him toward a fate he cannot comprehend. Am I brave, he wonders, fighting the gnawing feeling in his gut? Or just foolish? His sister, Anna, dreams of a world unscathed by Bismarck's cunning. She clutches her mother's locket, a small silver circle that gleams with the warmth of familial love, yet feels as cold as the steel of a bayonet. She remembers laughter in the kitchen, the smell of baked bread, the way the sun poured through the windows like liquid gold. Now, she stands on the precipice of something darker, an abyss that looms closer with every passing hour, and she knows, that her brother may one day be reduced to a mere memory. What price must we pay for ambition? She whispers into the darkness, her voice trembling under the weight of despair. Bismarck's voice, smooth, calculated, and laced with venom, echoes in her mind. War is the greatest unifier, he had said once, a twisted smile curling on his lips as if he were recounting a cherished childhood tale. It brings men together in camaraderie and destroys the shackles of disunity. It is blood that nourishes the strength of a nation. She shudders, feeling the chill of his words wrap around her heart like a noose. The shadows deepen as if they too are aware of the impending storm. Back in the chamber, Bismarck paces, each step deliberate, each thought a dagger aimed at the core of his enemies. He remembers the whispers of diplomacy, the fragile alliances sewn together with the thinnest thread of trust, but he recognizes the truth that burns within him. Diplomacy is a mere facade, a game for the naive. He has tasted the bitterness of betrayal and knows that the only language that resonates across borders is the language of bloodshed. He envisions the battlefield, the clash of steel, the cries of men echoing like a cacophony of desperation. He imagines Friedrich, a mere child thrust into the jaws of war, grappling with the chaos around him, every gunshot shattering the normalcy he once knew. Will he be a hero, or nothing more than a ghost? Bismarck wonders, a flicker of empathy crossing his cold heart. But empathy is a luxury he cannot afford. The future of the empire must prevail over the individual. As night falls, the air becomes charged with an omnipresent dread, a thick fog settling over the city, a harbinger of the calamity that looms. Anna stands outside, the cold biting at her skin, the moon a silent witness to her turmoil. She watches the stars, those distant glimmers of hope, and wonders if they too are aware of the heartache brewing in the hearts of those they illuminate. What will become of us, she murmurs, her words swallowed by the night. Will we be remembered, or will we fade like the morning mist? The clock strikes, its chime a mournful echo that reverberates through the very marrow of existence. At that moment, Bismarck takes a deep breath, the air heavy with the scent of impending doom. The stage is set for a performance of tragedy, and he is both the playwright and the director. Every move is calculated, every decision a stroke of genius, or madness. He feels alive in this chaos, a god of war in a realm of lesser mortals, yet he is haunted. Am I the monster they say I am? He asks himself, the question slicing through him like a blade. He glances around the chamber, the portraits of past leaders staring down at him, their eyes filled with judgment. Or merely a man trying to shape history. Outside, the people breathe in the tension, they can sense it, a storm gathering in the distance. Friedrich grips his rifle tighter, his heart pounding like a war drum, each thump a countdown to an uncertain fate. Anna clutches the locket, tears glistening in her eyes as she grapples with the truth of her brother's path. The clock ticks mercilessly on, an unyielding reminder that history waits for no one, and the darkness creeps closer, hungry for the souls of the unwary. And as the night deepens, the air thickens with unspoken fears, the city of Berlin stands poised at the edge of oblivion, unaware that Bismarck's designs are already in motion, a symphony of war ready to drown out the echoes of innocence forever. Time spirals, ticking toward a reckoning that promises to unleash chaos upon the world, a harbinger of the blood-soaked chapters yet to be written in the annals of history. The clock on the wall ticked like a heavy heart, each reverberation echoing the tension thick in the air. In the dimly lit room, the shadows danced, whispering warnings, teasing the boundaries of what was unsaid. I stood by the window, the cool night air seeping through the cracks, carrying with it the distant murmur of a world on the brink, like a storm brewing just beyond sight. A letter, crumpled and trembling in my hands, held the weight of nations, the destiny of men. Ferdinand, I breathed, the name a prayer and a curse, a weight that slipped through my fingers like sand. He was my brother, my blood, and he had always been the brighter star, shining boldly in the face of danger. But now, with the dispatch in my hand, I feared he might be extinguished, swallowed by the very ambition that had illuminated his path. I remember the night we first spoke of glory, our voices like embers, igniting dreams of valor and conquest. What's a little war, he had laughed, I sparkling with the fervor of youth. Just a chance to show the world what we're made of. They were words meant to inspire, but they now echoed like a haunting melody, a siren's call leading us toward oblivion. Across town, in the flickering light of a modest tavern, I could almost see the figure of Wilhelm, a man whose heart beat like a war drum, fierce and relentless. He was a soldier, a dreamer caught in the crossfire of duty and desire. He had loved deeply, fought passionately, yet found himself ensnared by the very politics he loathed. How can they not see? I could hear his voice, raw and desperate. Can't they feel the pulse of danger? The air thick with blood and betrayal. He had turned to me, his gaze fierce, searching for understanding. But understanding had been a fleeting ghost, lost in the shadows of ambition. The dispatch, this was more than a letter, it was a spark, flickering dangerously close to a powder keg. I could feel the tension in my bones, an electric charge that made my skin prickle. The M's dispatch held a whisper of betrayal, a single misstep poised to plunge us into chaos. A miscommunication, they'd say later, but I knew better. Words were weapons, and intentions could cut deeper than any blade. In the silence, I could almost hear the clock ticking louder, each tick a countdown to calamity. The echoes of laughter from the tavern, now intermingled with the distant sounds of clattering armor, the inevitability was deathly. I saw it in the eyes of the men who strode purposefully, shoulders squared, unaware of how close they were to the precipice. "Ferdinand," I whispered again, a futile prayer. Wilhelm's laughter rang in my ears, a bright note in the encroaching darkness. "To glory," he had shouted, raising his glass high, the firelight dancing over the rough-hewn faces of his comrades. Yet, even then, the laughter felt brittle, the camaraderie a thin veil over the dread lurking beneath. I could see it, the moment he realized that glory was not a word, it was a battleground littered with the bones of dreams. I remember the taste of ash in my mouth, the weight of the world pressing down as I turned the dispatch over in my mind. What had been intended as a simple communication of intent was twisting into a tempest of misinterpretations. All around me, the cosmos spun, vast and indifferent, while we, mere specks, spiraled toward our destruction. In that moment, I could hear the crackling tension, the anticipation of a storm about to break. What will they say, I wondered, when the first shot is fired? The thought sent a shiver down my spine, an icy hand clasping around my heart. The warmth of camaraderie would turn to ash, laughter to screams, and all I could do was stand there, caught in a web of my own making. Time stretched, warped, like a dream half remembered. A flurry of emotions enveloped me, and the room pulsed with the resonance of 1,000 unspoken fears. I could imagine Wilhelm, his face contorted in rage as he fought against the tide of fate, unwilling to let ambition devour him whole. "I will not be another pawn," he would roar, and the fire in his soul would ignite the hearts of the men around him. But ambition is a cruel mistress, and loyalty can turn to ash. I felt it in my bones, the tension coiling tighter, like a serpent ready to strike. The dispatch was a whisper, but it carried the weight of 1,000 swords. Each word would cut through the fragile bonds that held us together, tearing apart the very fabric of brotherhood and trust. I could see the moment unfold in my mind, a collision of ideals, a clash of destinies. There would be blood. There would be fury. There would be loss. I could feel it like a drumbeat, relentless, echoing through the dim corridors of my mind. Then, a distant shout, a herald of the inevitable. The moment drew nearer, the air thickening with dread. I could almost hear the cries of the fallen, the wails of mothers mourning their sons, the silence of fathers who would never return. And yet, there was hope, flickering like a candle in the storm, the hope that perhaps, amid the chaos, mercy could find a way. But hope and despair danced a macabre waltz, and in the end, what would be left? The ticking clock continued its relentless march, a metronome counting down to a symphony of sorrow. I stood at the precipice, my heart racing, knowing that the world would never be the same. "Ferdinand," I whispered one last time, my voice a frail thread, barely audible above the cacophony of impending doom. The shadows gathered, dark and looming, as the dispatch lay in my hands, its presence both a promise and a curse. And as the clock struck its final note, I felt the weight of the moment plunge us all into darkness, the world outside bursting into flames, leaving us to grapple with the chaos we had birthed. The storm was here, and with it, the end of everything we thought we knew. The clamor of boots on cobblestones filled the air, a chorus of marching soldiers creating an eerie symphony against the stillness of dawn. I remember the chill, sharp and biting, threading through the streets of Metz as men, muscled and exhausted, clutched their rifles tightly, feeling the weight of history pressed down upon them like the sky's heavy clouds. The city, draped in a shroud of early morning fog, felt alive and yet utterly still, an ominous quiet before the storm, heavy with the scent of gunpowder and sweat. And in the heart of it all stood Captain Henri Moreau, his brow furrowed, a battlefield of conflict waging within him. Each pulse of his heart reminded him of his duty, of the responsibility he bore for his men, and yet, the gnawing doubt clawed at his insides. He could feel it, an insidious whisper in the back of his mind. What if the strategy they had laid out, meticulously crafted by the minds far removed from the blood and mud of real combat, was flawed? What if the dream of a quick victory turned into a nightmare? Every face around him was a mask of uncertainty, eyes wide, breath shallow, as they gathered around maps stained with sweat and ink, lines scrawled like desperate prayers for clarity. He looked at Private Pierre, a boy barely old enough to wield a musket, his hands trembling as he traced the streets of a city he had never seen, let alone fought for. "We're going to die here, Captain, aren't we?" Pierre whispered, a fragile tremor in his voice that echoed louder than the distant rumble of thunder. "Do not speak such things," Henri snapped, the words harsh on his tongue, but inside he felt a well of sorrow. He remembered the quiet laughter they shared when the sun warmed their backs, the promises stitched in the fabric of camaraderie. Pierre's innocence was a stark reminder of their vulnerability. How easy it was to dream of glory, to romanticize the battlefield, yet here they were, shrouded in the shadows of impending doom, haunted by the specter of war that loomed over them like a vengeful ghost. Just then, the distant sound of cannon fire erupted like a thunderclap, shaking the very foundations of their resolve. Time slowed, breaths caught in throats, hearts suspended on the precipice of fate. Henri's mind raced, thoughts colliding like charged particles. "We need to move," he commanded, his voice cracking with urgency, but the words felt like an anchor dragging him down into despair. What strategy could ensure survival when chaos reigned supreme and plans lay in tatters like fallen leaves? Around him, the men shifted uneasily, muscles tightening, glances darting toward the horizon where the sun struggled to pierce through the brooding clouds. Each man was a universe of anxiety, memories flooding in like an unstoppable tide, the faces of loved ones, the laughter of children, the sweet taste of bread fresh from the oven, haunting him, urging him to hold on to something, anything. Then there was Lucy, his sister, a fiercely independent spirit who often mocked the absurdity of the world. "You think they'll remember our names in the history books?" she'd say, eyes glinting with mischievous defiance. "Or will we just be forgotten like the dust on the shelves?" Henri could hear her laughter in his mind, a melody that soothed him amidst the chaos. But would she still laugh if she knew the depths of his fear? Would she forgive him if he failed to return? The artillery roared again, now closer, more insistent. Henri's heart leaped, fear coiling around him like a serpent. He felt the urge to run, to flee, but he could not abandon them, his men, his brothers. "We will hold the line," he shouted, his voice raw, igniting something deep within, a flicker of resolve that pushed back against the tide. But doubt. It was a beast that gnawed at his spirit, relentless and unyielding. As he gazed into the faces of his men, he saw reflections of his own turmoil, a storm brewing beneath the surface. This was not just a fight for territory, it was a clash of ideals, a test of their very souls. Each one of them carried the weight of dreams, aspirations, promises of a future now held hostage by the specter of war. A surge of energy pulsed through Henri as he remembered the old clock in their family home, ticking away, relentless and unforgiving. Time, that cruel mistress, would not wait for them. "Prepare yourselves," he roared, as a thunderous crash echoed in the distance, the sound of the enemy drawing near, hungry for blood, for conquest. He felt the pulse of fear and fury intertwine within him, a cocktail of emotions ready to explode. They moved like a single entity, a machine of flesh and bone, battling their own trepidations as they lined up, shoulder to shoulder, men made of flesh ready to confront shadows. The sun broke through the clouds, illuminating their faces, casting long, eerie shadows that danced on the ground like the ghosts of those who had come before them. They were not just soldiers, they were brothers bound by fate, and as the first volley of gunfire erupted, a primal roar echoed through the air, fueled by adrenaline and terror. The clash began, a cacophony of chaos that swallowed them whole. Henri fought not just for victory but for the echoes of laughter, for the cherished memories that lingered like fading whispers. The battlefield became a theater of nightmares, each moment stretching into infinity, dark and consuming. He felt alive and dead all at once, the line between glory and oblivion blurring as he charged forward, fueled by the ghosts of those left behind. And as he swung his sword, the world around him dissolved into a maelstrom of blood and screams, each heartbeat thunderous in his ears, each breath heavy with the weight of his choices. The battle raged on, a relentless tide, and he knew, somewhere deep inside, the end was near. But it wasn't the end he feared. It was the thought of Pierre's trembling hands, of Lucy's laughter fading into silence. The shadows crept closer, enveloping them in their embrace, and with every clash of steel, every cry of the wounded, Henri understood the truth. Victory was a fleeting dream, but the bonds forged in the fire of battle, those would echo through the ages. The clock continued to tick, relentless, but in this chaos, he felt a glimmer of something far more profound, something that promised to transcend even the darkest depths of despair. And as they fought, he knew this was only the beginning. A chilling wind swept through the cobbled streets of Metz, biting at the flesh, whispering secrets of dread. The clock tower loomed overhead, its hands frozen at 3, casting long shadows that twisted like the fates of men, those men who would soon be called to arms. I stood there, my breath a fog in the frigid air, and in that moment, time held its breath, suspended between what was and what was yet to come. Somewhere, distant drums echoed, a heartbeat of war, a call to the brave, the foolish, the desperate, and the damned. I remember the noise, the clatter of boots against stone, the shouts of officers whose faces were a canvas of fear and resolve, painted over with the brushstrokes of duty. Henri was among them, his dark hair matted with sweat, eyes that once sparkled with laughter now clouded with uncertainty. A soldier forged in the fires of youthful dreams, he stood on the precipice, staring into the abyss of what lay ahead. "It's just a skirmish," he'd said, too many times to count, as if saying it would make it so. Just a skirmish, he'd repeat to himself like a desperate prayer. I could see the cracks in his bravado, they spiderwebbed across his face, revealing a boy on the verge of breaking. "You're a fool for thinking it'll be anything less." I could almost hear my own voice echoing back at me, taunting, reminding me of the shadows that danced behind my own eyes. But I couldn't show him that fear, could I? Not when his back was so straight, his chest puffed out, trying to embody the bravado of a hero. It was a fragile facade, and I wanted to reach out and shake him, scream that the tales they spun were nothing but fantasies to mask the horror that lurked just beyond the horizon. And then there was Clara, my heart's phantom, a spectre I could never truly hold. She stood at the edge of the square, a figure caught in the trembling light of lanterns that flickered like dying stars. Her hands trembled, not from the cold, but from the weight of sorrow, it draped over her like a shroud. "You'll come back to me, won't you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, but it sliced through the night, raw and bleeding. I wanted to shake my head, wanted to tell her the truth. The war was a desperate gamble, and the odds were stacked against the likes of us. But instead, I swallowed hard, forcing a nod, a deceitful promise that hung between us like a noose. There was something haunting in her eyes, a mixture of hope and despair, and in that moment, I felt the gravity of our lives intertwining like the branches of old trees, tangled and yet somehow beautiful in the face of impending doom. "Clara," I began, but the words died on my tongue as the trumpet sound sliced through the air, sharp and commanding, summoning the troops, summoning fate itself. The moment shattered, reality crashing back in, and I turned, the essence of what was left behind like smoke in the night. The square transformed into a vortex of chaos. Soldiers were rallying, their voices rising above the cacophony like waves crashing against a shore, a tide of bravado mixed with dread. There was a palpable tension, a collective heartbeat that thrummed within the crowd, each pulse a reminder of the lives that would soon be lost. I felt it, a knot twisting in my stomach. I was drowning in a sea of conflicting emotions, where loyalty clashed with self-preservation. I glanced back at Clara, her figure now smaller, engulfed by the crowd's swell. I could almost see her fading, slipping into a memory I would carry like a heavy stone. "I will come back," the word slipped through my lips, a promise that felt more like a curse. And in that instant, as the banners flapped in the wind, I felt the weight of our world, of France and its dreams, hanging by a gossamer thread. The officers began to bark orders, the air thickening with urgency, and I felt a surge of adrenaline course through me, igniting the fight-or-flight response that war awakens in every man. We were all ghosts, walking shadows, soon to be eclipsed by the dark tide of history. And yet, as the banners rose high, I felt a flicker of something more, something that felt like defiance. "Charge!" They shouted, the command a thunderclap that echoed, and in that moment, I found myself lost, adrift in the swell of humanity. Henri's face was resolute, his fear transformed into a fierce determination as he gripped his rifle. I could see the boy he once was flickering like a candle in a storm, but he would not let it be extinguished. Together, he cried, the word a war cry, a lifeline to his brothers and to me. As we surged forward, the ground beneath our feet felt like quicksand, a cruel reminder that the past could swallow us whole. My heart raced, fear and adrenaline danced a deadly waltz, the taste of metal hot on my tongue. Time fractured, each second stretching into an eternity, each heartbeat a reminder that life could be snuffed out like a candle in an instant. Shadows loomed closer, the Prussian soldiers coming into view, their faces a mask of grim resolve, and I felt an icy grip close around my heart. This was it, this was the moment. The sky turned crimson, a harbinger of bloodshed, and I could almost hear the echoes of the future, the cries of mothers, the wails of lovers, the haunting silence of the fallen. Stay close! I shouted to Henri, but the words were lost in the roar of conflict. The ground was stained with the dreams of men who dared to fight, and with each step, I felt the memories of Clara whispering in my ears, urging me to fight, to survive. But as the chaos erupted and the world crumbled, I knew that in this dance of steel and blood, nothing was guaranteed, not even life itself. And as the first clash of swords rang out, I steadied myself, the fear morphing into something else, something electric that coursed through my veins. I was no longer just a witness, I was a player in this grim theater of war. We were all actors in a tragedy, stepping onto a stage where the curtain would soon rise, and I could only hope that when the final bow came, it wouldn't be the last. The clock struck noon, its chime echoing through the cobblestone streets of Strasbourg, a sound so innocent yet heavy with the weight of inevitability. I stood there, breathless, as the shadows elongated, grasping at the edges of the day like desperate hands reaching for something just beyond their grasp. The scent of fresh bread mingled with the stale air of fear that had seeped into every crack of this once vibrant city. I felt it in my bones, the tension, the crackling anticipation that wrapped around us like a tight noose. Marie's fingers trembled as she clutched the letter, ink smudged by her anxious grip. He writes of glory, of honor, she whispered, her voice trembling, misting with impending tears. But what is glory to a widow? What honor to a man who may never return? Her eyes were wild, alive with a storm, yet dulled by the shadow of despair creeping in. I wanted to tell her that war was not a romantic affair painted in strokes of bravery but a cacophony of chaos and blood, where heroes fell in the mud and dreams were scattered like ashes in a wind too fierce to contain. Across the street, Pierre leaned against the stone wall, arms crossed, his jaw set in a stubborn line that betrayed the flicker of fear in his eyes. I saw him, a soldier in the making, caught between the drumbeats of duty and the whispers of his heart. I have to go, he declared, but his voice cracked, revealing the child still nestled beneath the soldier's skin. I have to protect her, protect us. Protecting us, that word hung between them, a fragile thread of hope woven through the fabric of dread. The irony of it stung, he could just as easily become the very thing he sought to shield us from. And then there was the distant murmur of military drums, the sound of boots marching forward, a rhythmic pulse that throbbed like a wound freshly opened. Each beat echoed in my chest, steady and relentless as it marched toward the precipice of chaos. I wanted to scream, to claw my way into Pierre's heart and pull him back from the brink, but the moment was electric, suspended in time, and words felt inadequate, a feeble gesture against the tide of fate. I remember the sun rising over the Rhine, Marie said, her voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might shatter the fragile illusion of peace. I remember the laughter of children, the way the light danced on the water. How could we have come to this? How could we allow ourselves to be dragged into the maw of war? Her eyes searched Pierre's, a silent plea etched into the depths of her gaze. But Pierre looked away, the weight of a heavy decision settling on his shoulders like a cloak made of lead. What choice do I have? To stand idle while they come for us? I would rather die fighting than live as a coward. The desperation in his voice sliced through the air, sharp and unforgiving. There was no glory in the fight he faced, only the raw reality of survival, of lives unwoven and destinies shattered. The streets were alive with an uneasy energy, murmurs of the nameless crowd blending into a symphony of fear. I remember, I whispered to myself, the memories flooding back, a bittersweet torrent that raged within my mind. I remember the quiet before the storm, how it feels to hold your breath in anticipation, to know that everything you love is about to slip through your fingers. A shadow crossed Marie's face, her heart breaking in real time as she glanced back at the gathering troops, their uniforms stark against the backdrop of a city caught in the throes of uncertainty. "Promise me one thing," she said, stepping closer, her voice a tremor of urgency. "Promise me you'll return. Promise me you won't let this darkness consume you." But promises were fragile things, easily shattered by the cruel hands of fate. Pierre's gaze softened, the weight of her words pressing against the walls he had built around his heart. "I promise," he lied, if only to ease her suffering. It was a half-truth, a fleeting moment of comfort wrapped in the fabric of desperation, the kind of promise that echoed like a ghost, haunting him even in his bravest moments. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, sharp and jarring, slicing through the fragile fabric of the moment. The world around us turned to chaos, screams filled the air, desperate pleas for mercy cascading like pebbles in a storm. It was as if the very ground beneath us trembled in fear, warning us that the grip of war had finally tightened, dragging us all into its maw. Adrenaline surged through my veins, urging me to run, to flee the chaos unfolding. But I was rooted in place, watching as Pierre drew Marie close, his arms wrapping around her like a shield forged in love even as the world descended into madness. The deafening roar of cannon fire echoed in the distance, an ominous promise of devastation. I felt the weight of time, the clock hand spinning faster, each tick a reminder that every second could be our last. "I remember," I whispered again, feeling the ghosts of all those who had come before us tugging at my soul, a chorus of the fallen urging us not to forget. "What we lose is never truly gone, it lingers like a haunting melody, echoing through our existence." And just like that, as smoke curled into the sky, I understood. We were all caught in this relentless tide of history, fragile beings swept away by a current much stronger than ourselves. As Pierre and Marie stood in that moment of impending doom, I could see their love flicker like a candle fighting against the storm. But the storm was here. The threat was real. And as the initial outbreak of war clawed its way into our lives, I felt the very fabric of our reality begin to unravel, each thread a memory, a heartbeat, a dream lost in the cacophony of fate. The world was changing, the horizon darkening, yet their love shone through the chaos, a defiant beacon that, perhaps, could withstand even the most ferocious tempest. And so we stood, three souls tangled in the web of war, each heartbeat echoing the uncertainty of what was to come, the darkness looming ever closer as the initial outbreak of war surged forth, consuming us whole. The sound of steel clashing against steel rang out like a terrifying symphony, a cacophony that vibrated through the very marrow of the earth. I could feel the tremors beneath my feet, electric and alive, as if the ground itself was breathing in sync with the chaos. Dust swirled, kicked up by desperate feet, a pale cloud that shrouded the faces of men gripped by fear and fury. I stood there, heart pounding like a war drum, caught in the eye of the storm, everything a blur, yet vividly sharp. "Lucien!" My brother's voice cut through the haze, urgent and raw, pulling me from the depths of my panic. Emile, a flicker of defiant spirit even in this swirling chaos, shouted my name as he fought against the tide of soldiers, a wave that threatened to engulf us both. "Stay close!" But proximity did little to shield him from the horrors unfolding. His eyes, usually so full of mischief, were now dark voids, lost in the shadows of war. I remember the smell first, the acrid scent of sweat mingling with iron, the metallic tang of blood soaking into the earth. It was a scent that clung to my skin, burrowing into my memory like a parasite, consuming everything joyful I once held dear. I'd imagined battle as a grand, noble affair, like tales spun in the flickering glow of the tavern's fire, yet here I stood, drowning in the reality of carnage, an absurd nightmare punctuated by the pained screams of men, once comrades, now specters of a ghost town. "Hold the line! For France!" The commander barked, but his voice was a distant echo, lost behind the rhythmic pounding of my pulse. I could feel it, a relentless tempo, a metronome counting down to the inevitable. I was not brave, I was afraid. Fear was an anchor, heavy and sickening, and I clung to it as if it were a lifeline. Then there was her, Clara. A nurse, a healer, a woman who smiled at death as if it were an old friend. I could see her now, rushing into the fray, her white apron stark against the chaos. She moved with a grace born of terror, cradling a wound, a life, her hands trembling but steady. Her eyes met mine for a fleeting moment, and in that glance, she held a universe of unsaid words, a history that stretched back to laughter shared beneath the starlit sky. I remember, her voice haunted me like a ghost, whispering through the din. I remember the branches swaying, the sunlight filtering through the leaves, but those memories felt like shards of glass, beautiful yet sharp, poised to cut deeper into the present's reality. I wanted to scream, to tell her to run, to hide, to escape this madness. But the battlefield was a greedy beast, consuming all who dared to resist. I watched as a soldier, once vibrant, now lifeless, fell to the ground like a doll with its strings severed. A grotesque ballet of limbs and blood, and through it all, Clara persisted. "Lucien!" Emile shouted again, dragging me back to him. "We need to move." But his voice trembled, a reflection of his own fear. I could see it in the way he shifted his weight, ready to bolt, but unwilling to leave me behind. The bond between brothers, forged in laughter, now threatened to shatter under the weight of this harrowing moment. "Don't leave me," I whispered, and the words felt like a prayer lost in the wind. I wanted to collapse into his embrace and forget this world of nightmares, where men were reduced to blood and bones, where dreams dissolved into the smoke of battle. But the battle raged on, relentless and consuming. I let myself sink into the rhythm of chaos, a macabre dance of life and death. The cries of the dying, mingled with the rallying shouts of the living, created a haunting melody, a dirge that echoed in the chambers of my soul. Time slipped away, a thief in the night, seconds stretched into eternity as the horizon melted into shades of crimson. I remember glancing at Clara, her brow furrowed in concentration, unyielding even as shadows threatened to pull her into despair. She was a lighthouse amid the tempest, and I, a shipwrecked sailor, clung to the hope she radiated. "Stay alive, Lucien! Stay alive!" Her words shattered the momentary trance. They were a lifeline, a mantra that echoed in the depths of my very being. But then it happened, a surge, a tide that crashed against the wall of our resolve. The enemy pushed forward, a dark wave, relentless and merciless. I could see their faces, twisted with rage, a mirror of our own fear. And in a heartbeat, chaos erupted anew, shouts of pain, the sharp crack of bone, the wet sound of flesh yielding to steel. "Emile!" I screamed, my voice raw with desperation as I felt the world tilt beneath my feet. I watched as he fell, the ground swallowing him whole, and a cold chill wrapped around my heart, squeezing tight. Each breath felt like a betrayal, a reminder that I was still here, alive while he lay in the clutches of oblivion. I stumbled forward, rage and grief intertwining like vines choking the life from a tree. I had to get to him, had to pull him back from the edge. The battle blurred around me, a horrific dance of life and death, and I was lost within its grip, the taste of iron and despair thick upon my tongue. "Lucien!" Clara's voice rang out, laced with urgency, desperation slicing through the haze. But I was already lost, pulled into the spiraling chaos, where hope flickered like a candle in a storm. I was not a hero, I was a coward running toward the abyss, toward the shadows of despair that enveloped us all. And as I lunged forward, driven by the primal instinct to save the one person who mattered, I understood something profound, that in this moment, within the heart of darkness, I was not just fighting a battle against the enemy. I was fighting for the very essence of love, family, and all the dreams we once spun beneath those stars. The tide surged, and I was swept away, but in the depths of that chaos, I felt something shift. A flicker of determination ignited deep within, a whisper of hope, and in that heartbeat, I realized I was not alone. The ghosts of the fallen stood beside me, urging me onward, a chorus of souls intertwined in the fabric of history. And so the Battle of Wissembourg raged on, a maelstrom of unspeakable horrors and staggering courage, with hearts beating as one, caught in a dance that echoed through the ages, calling us all to rise, to resist, to fight against the inevitable darkness. The air was thick with smoke and the acrid scent of fear when I first saw her, a silhouette against the flickering flames, a ghost haunting the chaos of Strasbourg. A raven-haired woman, steel in her spine, with eyes that flickered with the fire of desperation. I remember the way she stood tall, even as the world crumbled around her. "Is this how it ends?" she whispered, her voice barely audible above the din of clashing steel and battle cries, so fragile, yet defiant. At that moment, she was both a warrior and a terrified child, trapped in a heart-wrenching dance with fate. I remember the whispers of the townsfolk, their faces etched with resignation and hope intertwined. The mighty ramparts of Strasbourg had been their shield for centuries, a proud bastion against the encroaching storm. But today, those walls felt like a cage, a tomb waiting to swallow them whole. I could feel the pulse of the city beneath my feet, a heartbeat quickening with each explosion, each cry of anguish. It was a living entity, thrumming with the memories of the past, screaming against its imminent doom. Jacques, oh, Jacques. A blacksmith with hands that forged weapons yet trembled when he held his daughter's doll. He stood at the gate, eyes glazed, staring into the void where his dreams had once flourished like wildflowers in spring. I should have left, he murmured, but his voice broke like glass, shattering against the stone in which it was trapped. I remembered his laughter, the way it danced like sunlight, brightening the shadows of his workshop. But that laughter was gone now, buried under the weight of the siege. Each clang of metal against metal felt like a funeral dirge, a requiem for the hope that had slipped through his fingers. The cannons roared again, their thunder echoing through the narrow streets, rattling windows and hearts alike. I could see the panic in the eyes of the citizens, a tide of despair rising to drown the last whispers of courage. Each moment stretched like an eternity, a cruel joke played by time itself. I could almost hear the ticking of a clock, counting down the seconds, each tick a reminder of their mortality, their dreams, their very souls. Marguerite, the raven-haired woman, stood resolute at the forefront, rallying the people with a voice that pierced the suffocating gloom. "We are not mere shadows," she cried, her words cascading like a waterfall, fierce and unyielding. "We are the spirit of Strasbourg. We will not fade into the night." Her determination ignited something deep inside me, igniting an ember of hope amidst the ashes. But there was a fragility to her, too, a flickering candle in a storm, threatened by the winds of despair. I saw it in her eyes, the weight of responsibility pressing down, threatening to extinguish her light. As the sun dipped low, bleeding colors into the sky, darkness seeped into the cracks of the walls, wrapping around us like a thief. It felt as though the shadows were alive, creeping closer, ready to swallow us whole. I could see Jacques clutching his daughter's doll, the edges of his sanity fraying like the fabric of that toy. "I should have held her tighter," he whispered, voice cracking like the foundations of the city. "Should have shielded her from this madness." The haunting regret in his words resonated with the collective grief of a city on the brink, his heartache echoed deep into the night. With each explosion, Marguerite's resolve tightened, the steel of her will forging a path through the despair. "Stand with me," she shouted, her voice slicing through the chaos, a beacon in the storm. I watched as men, fathers, brothers, and sons rallied around her, a desperate army formed from the embers of hope. They stood not for glory, but for the beating hearts that thrummed within the walls. I could feel their fear, mingling with something powerful, an unbreakable bond, a collective refusal to surrender their souls to the darkness. Then the silence came, a dreadful, choking silence enveloping the battlefield. Time stretched, a taut string threatening to snap. I felt it in my bones, the dreadful anticipation hanging like a noose. Then came the sound, the infernal creaking of the siege engines, the groan of history as it moved to crush the fragile spirit of Strasbourg. And in that moment, I understood, they were not just defending a city, they were holding on to memories, dreams, lives, each one a thread in the tapestry of their existence. A shadow fell over the ramparts, cloaked in the guise of an enemy, their banners dark against the sunset, a cruel reminder of their intent. The air thickened with dread, the pulse of the city quickening, a frantic heartbeat echoing the fears of its people. I could feel Jacques beside me, his breath shallow, his fists clenched, the weight of the world pressing down on him. "I cannot lose her," he breathed, eyes wide, searching the horizon for a glimmer of hope, a sign that maybe, just maybe, this would not end in darkness. Marguerite stepped forward, heart pounding like a war drum, her spirit ablaze even as the shadows loomed closer. For Strasbourg, she yelled, a battle cry that resonated with the spirit of every soul standing at her side. It was a rallying call, a final act of defiance against the encroaching night. And as she charged, I felt the energy shift, the very air crackled with anticipation, sorrow, and hope woven together in a tapestry of desperation. And so, we plunged into the chaos, hearts racing, breaths mingling with the smoke and fire. In that moment, I was not only a witness, I was a part of it, a thread in the tapestry of fate, entwined with Marguerite's strength and Jacques' fear. The clash of metal and the cries of the fallen echoed through the night, a symphony of despair and defiance. "Remember us," we cried, voices rising like a chorus of ghosts, as the walls of our beloved Strasbourg trembled and shook. And though the darkness beckoned, we stood firm, bodies entwined in a desperate embrace of life, defying the void that threatened to consume us. The city pulsed, alive with the spirit of its people, and in that heart-stopping moment, I knew this was not an end, but a beginning, a story waiting to be written on the canvas of time. The air was thick with dust and desperation. I stood on the edge of that hill, staring into the distance where the shadows of men moved like restless ghosts, their faces obscured by the haze of gunpowder and fear. The sun hung low, a fiery orb bleeding into the horizon, and in that moment, every breath felt like a prayer, a silent invocation to the spirits of the fallen. The Battle of Spitzeren had begun, and I was caught in its grip, heart racing like a drum marking the moments of impending doom. I remember the moment Friedrich fell, a solid thump echoing in my chest, as if the earth itself mourned him. We were friends, brothers forged in the fires of camaraderie, and now I watched him through a veil of smoke, crumpling against the rugged terrain like a torn flag, a symbol of our shattered hopes. Not like this. I screamed at the universe, but the universe remained indifferent, a silent witness to our agony. Friedrich had dreams stitched into the fabric of his uniform, aspirations that now lay abandoned, like echoes in an empty room. Then there was Clara, always with that fiery spark in her eyes, the kind that could ignite a revolution or burn away the night. But as she clutched her rifle, her knuckles pale and trembling, I saw the doubt creeping in, gnawing at her resolve like rats in a cellar. "What if it's all for nothing?" she whispered to me amidst the chaos, her voice barely rising above the cacophony of gunfire and anguish. I wanted to tell her it would be all right, that hope lived in the heart of the brave, but how could I offer a lifeline when my own spirit felt like a shipwreck on this blood-stained shore? The battle surged like a tide, washing over us, dragging us into its depths. I felt the weight of the world pressing down, 1,000 memories flooding back, the laughter we shared in the village square, the scent of fresh bread and the warmth of shared dreams. Those moments felt like distant stars now, flickering and fading in the vast expanse of the cosmos. The cries of the wounded and dying crashed around me, each sound a reminder of our mortality, the fragility of our existence amidst the brutal dance of war. Every step I took felt heavy, as if the very ground conspired to hold me back. I glanced over at Clara, her face was a mask of determination, but behind her eyes lay a tempest of uncertainty. I wanted to reach out, to pull her closer, to shield her from the horrors unfolding before us. But how could I protect her when I struggled to protect myself? The fear wrapped around my heart, squeezing tightly, threatening to crush the remnants of my bravery. And then, a roar pierced the air, raw and primal. The enemy surged forward like a ravenous beast, eyes glinting with a madness that sent chills racing down my spine. I felt the adrenaline spike, my blood roaring in my ears, drowning out the screams of men and the cries of the dying. The world narrowed down to that moment, the clash of metal, the thunder of boots against the earth, the chaos of bodies colliding in a grotesque ballet of survival. I charged forward, propelled by an instinct deeper than reason, a desperate bid to carve my name into the fabric of this battle. "Friedrich!" I bellowed into the fray, but his name was swallowed by the storm. The faces of men became blurred, indistinguishable in their fury and fear. I swung my weapon, a rhythm of violence and desperation, the taste of iron filling my mouth. I fought not just for the land or the glory but for the memories we had forged, for the laughter that echoed in the corners of our hearts. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, it cast elongated shadows, stretching like fingers grasping for something lost. I caught a glimpse of Clara, her rifle now a lifeline, the fire in her eyes dimming with each passing moment. I wanted to scream, to run to her, but the tide of battle pulled me away, further into the heart of despair. I saw her fall, not in blood or bone but in spirit, as if the very essence of her courage had been drained away in that instant. Time twisted and turned, a merciless clock ticking down the seconds of our lives. I remember a moment of eerie silence as the dust settled, a calm before the storm, where I could see the faces of the fallen, eyes wide open in eternal shock. I wondered if they realized the absurdity of it all, men who had bathed once a year, now lying in the filth of war, their dreams extinguished like the last flicker of a candle in a gale. With every heartbeat, I felt the weight of their struggle, the essence of their lives intertwined with mine, a tapestry woven from laughter and tears, joy and sorrow. The battlefield became a theater of the absurd, where life and death danced in grotesque harmony. I could almost hear Friedrich's voice, echoing in the recesses of my mind, "It's not over yet." We were soldiers, yes, but we were also children of the earth, bound to its cycles, to the rise and fall of empires. The battle was just the beginning, it was a prelude to the symphony of suffering that would echo long after the last shot was fired. I could feel it in my bones, the understanding that the world would never be the same again. The ghosts of the fallen would haunt this ground, their stories woven into the very soil, waiting to be remembered. I stumbled forward into the fray, the weight of 1,000 unvoiced regrets pushing me onward. For Friedrich! For Clara! I roared, a battle cry rising from the depths of despair, ignited by the flickering hope that maybe, just maybe, we could emerge from the ashes of this day. But as I charged, the shadows loomed larger, darkening the horizon. The Battle of Spitzeren was only the beginning, a chapter in a story that was far from finished. And as the next wave surged, I could feel the cosmos spinning above, indifferent yet all-encompassing, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for the storm to break. The air crackled with a tension so thick it could cut glass, the kind of tension that hangs like dark storm clouds, pregnant with the promise of violence. Around the corners of Gravelotter, shadows danced, elongated by flickering flames, fires where men once laughed, now silent graves for their hopes. The sun had dipped low, a blood-orange orb fading into an inky blackness, as if the very sky mourned the calamity poised to unfold. I remember the moment when Pierre's breath caught in his throat, the taste of copper already lingering on his tongue, not from battle but from the haunting fear that gnawed at the edges of his mind. He clenched his rifle tight, knuckles white against the wood, every heartbeat a reminder of the crushing weight of what awaited them. He was a soldier, yes, but also a son, a husband, memories of his wife flickering like the candles they lit together on quiet evenings. Would she remember him? The thought slashed through him, sharp and deep. Then there was Clara, crouched low in the brush, the mud of Lorraine seeping into her uniform, as if trying to pull her down into the earth, away from all this horror. Her heart raced like a horse in a storm, fear and determination battling for dominance. She had signed up to fight, believing she was serving a cause, but in this moment, her rage was personal. They had taken her brother, dragged him away wrapped in that cursed flag. She could still see the way he smiled, the way he laughed, so carefree before that day. Revenge was a fire that burned in her chest, consuming every ounce of doubt. But would vengeance be enough? The silence shattered, a cacophony of gunfire erupting like a twisted symphony, and bodies fell like autumn leaves, lifeless and forgotten. I remember the stench of gunpowder clinging to my skin, the screams that echoed in my soul long after they'd ceased. I was there, caught between the chaos, the raw, unnerving reality of war surging through my veins. It wasn't glorious, it was a grotesque dance with death, and I was merely a spectator trapped on stage. Pierre shouted, his voice strained, "Clara! To the left!" But the words came too late, muffled by the roar of artillery, the ground shaking beneath their feet. Time felt warped, a sick joke played by fate. Each moment stretched, then snapped back to reality with a violent jolt as another round exploded nearby, sending dirt and despair spiraling into the air. Clara's world narrowed to the rhythm of her breaths, quick and shallow, while her mind raced with memories of laughter, of love, and of a life that felt so precariously balanced on the edge of a blade. "Remember the stories he told us," she whispered, though she knew Pierre hadn't heard her. "The tales of heroes and great battles. They were supposed to be more than this." Her voice trembled, cracked like the ground beneath their feet, and she swallowed down the bitterness threatening to choke her. And then came the moment of reckoning, the storm of bullets and blood receding for just a heartbeat, as if the universe held its breath. In that eerie stillness, Clara caught sight of Pierre, eyes wide, reflecting the flames of hell that surrounded them. "We can't let them take us," he shouted, voice raw with desperation. "We fight! For honor!" For what?" she screamed back, the pent-up grief spilling over. For a war that has no end? For a cause that devours our souls? The question hung in the air, heavy and laden with despair, but the answer was swallowed by the return of chaos. I remember the clash of metal, the visceral sounds of human struggle, a symphony of anguish, the cries of the wounded mingling with the battle's cacophony. I was lost in it, a witness to the fragility of life. Each soldier was a ghost with a story, a heartbeat snuffed out in an instant. They were someone's brother, father, lover, each loss a gaping sorrow, a wound that time would never heal. In the throes of battle, Clara felt the cold sting of sweat trickling down her back, the mud pulling at her boots as if it wished to reclaim her. She glanced at Pierre, the fire in his eyes igniting something within her. She had come to fight, yes, but she also fought for him, for their unspoken bond forged in this hellscape. "Stay close," she called, heart thundering, pulse racing as they pressed forward, each step a declaration of defiance. But fate is a cruel mistress. Another blast, and the world exploded in chaos again. Pierre staggered, spinning as if caught in a dream, confusion flooding his features before he crumpled to the earth. Time ceased to flow in a linear fashion, the past, present, and future intertwined in a chaotic web of emotion. Clara's scream pierced the night, raw and primal, echoing through the void. She barreled forward, her heart a wild drum, desperation giving her wings. "Pierre!" "No!" She reached him, trembling hands grasping his shoulders, shaking him like a lifeline, willing him to respond. But the light in his eyes flickered like a waning flame, and her tears fell, hot and relentless, mixing with the dirt of the battlefield. The world around her faded, the sounds dimmed, lost in the roaring storm of her grief. And then, in the distance, the tide began to shift. Shadows moved among the trees, figures emerging, advancing, a tidal wave of fate crash-landing upon them. I remember that moment, time unspooled, a precious length of string snapped between fingers, the darkness closing in. The battle raged on, but for Clara, the fight had become a desperate struggle against the encroaching despair. She felt the weight of the universe, a cosmic joke playing out across the battlefield. The ghosts of those lost whispered, urging her to rise, to remember. "For honor," she murmured, but the words felt hollow now. In this hellish tableau, the rifles fired, the earth shook, and Clara's heart pounded in sync with the chaos. She was a warrior forged in grief, a spirit caught in a tempest of rage and sorrow. Pierre, the memory of his laughter, the warmth of his presence, the past held her together, even as the present threatened to tear her apart. And as the darkness descended, smothering them both, the battle of Gravelotter continued to surge and swell, an unforgiving tide that swept away the dead, the living, and the remnants of hope. The air was thick with the stench of sweat and fear, the kind of fear that claws at your throat, squeezing tighter with every passing second. I stood, heart hammering against my ribcage, as the echo of distant cannon fire rumbled through the streets like a sinister drumroll heralding our doom. It was a sound that reverberated within my bones, a sharp reminder that our time was dwindling, slipping through our fingers like grains of sand. The walls of Metz loomed high above me, their once proud stone surfaces now a canvas of despair, stained with the blood and sweat of those who had fought to defend them. I remember the first day of the siege, how the sun was obscured by thick clouds, casting an eerie gloom over the city. The townsfolk shuffled around in a daze, eyes hollow and skin pallid. We wore our fear like a shroud. I caught sight of Emile then, his eyes wide, filled with a wild mix of hope and terror. He was a soldier, barely out of boyhood, yet those eyes held the weight of 1,000 battles. I had always thought he would grow into a man of valor, but as the siege dragged on, I saw the boy in him wither, his spirit crushed beneath the relentless weight of despair. "Althea," he cried, his voice echoing through the narrow streets, desperate as he clutched a tattered letter from home. I could almost see the dream of escape etched across his forehead, as if he believed that mere words could lift him from the chaos that surrounded us. "They're coming for us, Althea. We can't hold out much longer." I wanted to scream back, to tell him that I felt the same gnawing dread, but my throat constricted, choking back my own terror. Instead, I reached out, grasping his wrist in a feeble attempt to ground us both in that moment. "We have to keep fighting, Emile. We can't let them win." But inside, I felt the cracks spreading, the fracture lines of doubt creeping in. My own home was a ghost, a memory haunting me with every heartbeat. I could almost hear my mother's laughter in the kitchen, the way she would tease my father about his terrible cooking. Now, the absence of her warmth was a void that screamed louder than the cannon fire. As the days blurred into one another, the shadows grew longer, and our rations dwindled to almost nothing. I remember the grotesque irony of it all, fighting so fiercely to protect what little we had left, only to watch it slip away. The sound of children's laughter, once a melody that danced through the streets, was replaced by the hollow echoes of loss. When the last loaf of bread was shared, I watched as mothers exchanged hollow glances, their gazes echoing the heart-wrenching realization that life as we knew it was slipping toward a bitter end. One evening, as I stood on the ramparts, peering into the encroaching darkness, I caught a glimpse of the enemy camp, flickering lanterns dotting the landscape like malevolent stars. They were out there, waiting. Watching. I felt a shiver race down my spine. The stark contrast between our flickering hope and their organized malice was almost too much to bear. I could see their campfires, hear the low murmur of voices, laughter that felt like a cruel taunt. And then there was Lucien. He was a man of contradictions, a fierce warrior with a poet's heart. I watched him, a figure carved from shadows, pacing the battlements. His broad shoulders bore the weight of responsibility, and yet, beneath that steel exterior, I glimpsed a flicker of uncertainty. "We're losing them, Althea," he said one night, his voice low, almost broken. "My men, they're losing hope." I clutched the cold stone wall, feeling its roughness beneath my fingertips. "What if they surrender?" I asked, my voice trembling. The words hung in the air like a death sentence. Surrender, such a potent word, filled with a despair that I couldn't quite articulate. "What do we do then?" He turned to face me, his gaze piercing, a storm of emotion swirling in his eyes. "We fight, Althea. We fight until we have nothing left." But as the days wore on, I began to wonder if fighting was all we had left. The streets whispered secrets of surrender, echoing through the hollow shells of buildings like wailing ghosts. I found myself haunted by the faces of those who had fallen, their eyes accusing me, begging for action, while I stood paralyzed between the urge to fight and the fear of our inevitable demise. Each dawn brought a fresh wave of despair, each dusk, a curtain falling on our hopes. I remember the moment when the enemy breached our first line of defense, a cacophony of screams and gunfire that shattered the fragile silence. Emile was at my side, his grip tightening around his weapon, eyes wide with the realization that innocence had evaporated, replaced by the harsh reality of battle. "Stay close," I whispered, my heart racing. But in the chaos, he slipped away, rushing to join the fray. I watched, helpless, as his silhouette disappeared into the storm of conflict. And then came the night of surrender, a heavy, suffocating silence fell over Metz like a funeral shroud. The enemy had encircled us, their banners unfurling like dark wings against the moonlit sky. I stood in the square, surrounded by the remnants of our once vibrant city, the weight of defeat resting on my chest like a stone. Emile returned, his face bruised and blooded, yet somehow still radiant, as if defiance coursed through his veins. "It's over, Althea. They're offering terms." I felt the earth shift beneath me, the ground cracking open to swallow my resolve. "What if we say no?" His laughter was hollow, devoid of joy. "Then we die here. All of us." We stood amidst the rubble, echoes of a city that had once thrummed with life, now reduced to a husk of memories, each corner a ghost, every shadow a reminder of what we'd lost. I saw Lucien approach, his eyes darkened by the weight of our surrender. The decision loomed, oppressive and suffocating. I felt as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for our choice, as if the cosmos had conspired against us. I glanced at the stars, distant and uncaring, feeling utterly alone beneath their indifferent gaze. And in that moment, I realized we were already ghosts, wandering through a city that no longer belonged to us. The siege of Metz had not merely encircled our bodies, it had ensnared our souls, leaving us to grapple with the spectre of surrender that loomed just ahead, waiting to claim us as its own. The air was thick with anticipation, a potent cocktail of fear and desperation that clung to the skin like sweat. In the shadow of crumbling stone walls, echoes of past glories whispered through the ruins, twisted like vines creeping through the cracks. The sun dipped low, bleeding red into the evening sky, an omen, perhaps, a silent witness to the heartbreak that was about to unfold. I remember the sound of boots marching in sync, the rhythm a hollow drumbeat heralding an approaching storm. Antoine stood there, a soldier of France, heart hammering in his chest, sweat pooling at the small of his back. He was just a boy, really, barely 18, with dreams of honor, of heroism. But dreams have a way of shattering under the weight of reality. The faces of his comrades blurred into one. They were brothers in arms, yet each carried his own private fear, a specter in the dark corners of their minds. "Antoine, breathe," whispered Lucy, her voice trembling as it reached him through the chaos. She was a nurse, tender-hearted and fierce, her hands stained with the blood of the wounded. With every life she saved, it felt like she was gathering the pieces of a broken world, yet the weight of each soul pulled her deeper into despair. Focus on the moment, not on what lies ahead. But how could he? How could he focus when every heartbeat screamed of impending doom? The fears of a nation coiled around his throat like a noose, choking any remnants of courage. The early defeats hung over them like the stench of decay. Verdun, the fall of Metz, each loss echoed in his mind, each fallen comrade a ghost that haunted him. Did they cry out for him? Did they regret the courage that had led them here? The clock on the wall ticked mercilessly, a metronome marking the steady decline of hope. Time felt like a cruel joke, moving both too fast and too slow. Antoine could feel the weight of it, the absurdity of life threading through the chaos. He remembered the day he had enlisted, a sunny afternoon bathed in laughter, the air filled with dreams of valor. Now, that boy seemed like a stranger, a ghost that flickered in the corners of his memory. "Antoine!" Lucy's voice sliced through his reverie, grounding him in the present. He turned to face her, and the unshed tears in her eyes burned into his soul. Her strength was a fragile thing, a candle flickering against the wind. She believed in them, in their cause, but belief can only carry you so far. "We can't lose hope," she pleaded, her voice breaking like glass. "We must keep fighting." But what was hope worth when every dawn brought another wave of loss? Each day was a reminder that the war was a beast with insatiable hunger, devouring dreams and lives alike. The ground beneath them vibrated with the distant thrum of artillery, a reminder that their fate was already sealed, that the end was inevitable. I remember the shadows that danced at the edges of their sanity, whispering doubts, sowing seeds of despair. Antoine could see them flickering in Lucy's eyes. She was losing faith, and the thought of it twisted like a knife in his gut. He wanted to reach out, to pull her back from the ledge of hopelessness, but how could he? He was teetering on that same precipice, the abyss staring back at him with a cruel grin. Then came the moment that shattered the fragile veneer of their shared resolve. The call to arms rang out, sharp and clear, cutting through the haze of uncertainty. Antoine clenched his fists, feeling the rough edges of his uniform scrape against his skin, grounding him in the moment. This was it, the moment of truth. The air crackled with tension, a taut wire ready to snap. "Stay close," he shouted, his voice hoarse, trembling. Lucy nodded, but the resolve in her eyes faltered, replaced by a haunting dread. They moved as one, a unit forged in the fires of desperation, but in that shared stride, Antoine felt the distance grow. Each step forward felt like stepping into a void, a chasm of uncertainty. As the first shots rang out, the world exploded into chaos. Shouts echoed, smoke billowed, and the cries of the wounded pierced the air like 1,000 knives. Antoine found himself running toward what he didn't know. He could only think of Lucy, her safety, her life, intertwined with his like threads of a fraying tapestry. But the battlefield was a monster, a swirling tempest of confusion. He stumbled, the ground shifting beneath him, and in that single moment of hesitation, he lost sight of her. "Lucy," he screamed, the word clawing its way out of his throat, swallowed by the chaos around him. A silence enveloped him, a haunting void where hope once resided. His heart raced, and fear, cold and unyielding, wrapped around him like a shroud. Time stretched and twisted. He could hear the echo of her laughter in his mind, the warmth of their shared moments fading into a chilling memory. I remember standing at the precipice of despair, the weight of defeat settling in my bones like a funeral dirge. The darkness whispered, and in that moment, I feared the truth. Hope was a fragile illusion, and they were all but ghosts in a world draped in shadows. The battlefield became a stage, each soldier a character in a tragic play, bound to suffer, to bleed, to fall. And then, as if scripted by fate itself, the screams of war crescendoed around him. Antoine's heart pounded to the rhythm of chaos, each beat a reminder of the impending doom. Where had Lucy gone? Where had that flicker of hope vanished? I had never felt so lost, so utterly alone. As the cries of the wounded filled the air, I grasped at the threads of despair, and they entwined tighter, snaring me in their relentless grip. A sense of foreboding settled in my stomach, heavy and unyielding. This was just the beginning. The decline had already begun, and like ghosts, we were left to wander in the dark, holding on to the last shreds of courage, standing on the precipice of our own hopelessness. And in the distance, I could almost hear the clock ticking, a reminder that time was slipping away, that soon, the shadows would claim us all. Each breath felt like a farewell, a silent prayer to the cosmos, if only one more moment could linger. The air crackled with tension, a living pulse that filled the darkened chamber where shadows danced like whispers. France's heartbeat echoed through the stone walls, reverberating with the weight of history, ambition, and chaos. I remember the moment vividly. Napoleon III stood there, eyes smoldering like coals, a tempest of dreams and fears swirling within him. His brow furrowed as if the very fate of the nation rested upon it. The candlelight flickered, and for a moment, the flickers felt like the gasping breaths of the dying, drawing the air from the room, leaving behind a suffocating silence that felt more like an accusation than a pause. Across the room, a young woman, Elise, clutched her stomach, the knot of anxiety tightening with every word that slipped from the emperor's lips. She wasn't just a spectator in this grand drama, she was the embodiment of a nation's hope, yet hope was a double-edged sword. Uncertainty twisted her heart as she thought of her father, a soldier, and the whispers of war that curled around her like smoke. Elise had always believed in the promise of the empire, in the golden future that Napoleon had painted with his words, but now those visions bled into nightmares, staining her dreams with doubt. She felt a chasm opening beneath her, every promise was a pebble falling into darkness. War is inevitable. Napoleon shouted, each word a thunderclap, shaking the very ground beneath them. The room held its breath. What had once been a rallying cry now felt like a funeral dirge. The stakes were unbearable, the tension palpable, and Elise's heart raced. Would her father return? Would France rise from the ashes of conflict or be swallowed whole by its insatiable appetite for power? The walls seemed to close in, suffocating her with their weight. She remembered the last embrace she shared with him, his scent of leather and smoke, a bitter reminder of love caught in the crossfire of glory and ruin. In this theater of shadows, another figure emerged, Jacques, a veteran of the previous campaigns, scarred both inside and out. His face told stories of blood and betrayal, of dreams shattered beneath the weight of cannonballs and the cries of the dying. He was both a protector and a prisoner of the past, every memory was a chain, dragging him down even as he strained to rise. There was a fire in his eyes, but it flickered and dimmed, haunted by the ghosts of comrades lost and the spectre of his own cowardice. He looked at Napoleon, and for a brief, agonizing moment, he saw not a leader but a boy playing with matchsticks, unaware of the inferno that could erupt. Your ambition will drown us all, sire. Jack's voice trembled with both anger and fear, a warning and a plea. But the words hung in the air like smoke, dissipating into a void of indifference. Napoleon's gaze hardened, a fortress built upon the flimsiness of ambition. The emperor believed that glory was his birthright, that he could mold the very fabric of destiny with his hands, but destiny is a cruel mistress. It laughed in the face of hubris, waiting for the moment to strike. Elise felt the electric charge between them, the emperor and the soldier, the idealist and the realist, two sides of the same trembling coin. She stepped forward, the weight of her own fear forging a bridge between them. We are not just pawns in your game. These are our lives, she cried, her voice breaking, raw and unyielding. The room held its breath once more, her words a chisel, carving the silence into something tangible, something that could fracture the granite resolve of the emperor. Napoleon's eyes flicked to her, a moment of recognition, he saw the flames of rebellion flickering in the depths of her soul. For a moment, vulnerability washed over him, the facade cracking just enough to reveal the man beneath, the boy who had once dreamed of a world reshaped, unburdened by the weight of his crown. But the moment passed, and the armor returned, cold and impenetrable. "I will not falter," he declared, his voice a battle cry, yet laced with a tremor that betrayed him. The government, his government, was poised at the precipice of change, and the air was thick with the scent of revolution. He felt the whispers of history pressing down upon him, each one a reminder of those who had risen only to fall, of empires built upon the backs of the suffering. Outside the chamber, the city breathed, a living entity of dreams and despairs. Paris, bathed in the moonlight, was both a sanctuary and a graveyard. The cobbled streets held the echoes of laughter and cries, of love lost and battles fought. The people waited, hearts pulsing like drums in a darkened night, rhythmically echoing the turmoil inside. Would they follow a leader whose ambition could either elevate them or consume them whole? Elise and Jack exchanged glances, a silent agreement formed, a shared understanding of their intertwined fates. The weight of impending conflict pressed upon them like a storm threatening to break. The clock ticked, each movement a reminder that time was slipping away, and they were but players on a stage set for tragedy. "Will you fight?" Jack asked, voice barely a whisper, as if giving voice to the fear that clawed at them both. Elise felt her heart race. The question was not merely about war, but about belief, about the very essence of who they were. Would they stand for a future that might never arrive? Would they follow Napoleon, a man teetering on the edge of greatness and destruction? Each heartbeat was a drum roll, anticipating the inevitable clash of ideals and ambitions. In that moment, as the shadows deepened and the candlelight flickered ominously, the fate of France hung delicately in the balance. The government, the emperor, the soldiers, and the citizens, all players in a game as old as time, where dreams and nightmares collided in a dazzling yet terrifying dance. Each breath felt like a promise, a curse, a call to arms, and in that silence, the air crackled with the unspoken truth: the storm was coming, and no one would emerge unscathed. The air crackled like dry leaves underfoot, a tense silence hanging heavy, thick as fog. It was the kind of quiet that gnawed at the edges of a man's mind, a whispering promise of calamity just waiting to unfold. In the heart of Sedan, the sky had darkened not just with clouds, no, it felt as if the weight of 1,000 souls had descended, shrouding the town in an inevitable shadow. I remember the first shot. It rang out like a death knell, echoing through the narrow streets. I was crouched behind a crumbling wall, my heart hammering against my ribs, each beat a frantic prayer. Henri was beside me, his wide eyes reflecting terror and determination, a tempest of emotion swirling just beneath his calm exterior. "This is it," he muttered, voice barely rising above the chaos. "We can't turn back now." But as I glanced around, I wondered if perhaps we should have. The air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder and blood, a noxious perfume that clung to our clothes, our very souls. In that moment, I could feel the heartbeat of the war, a relentless pulse that resonated through the ground. This was more than a battle, it was the reckoning of our very existence. Josephine stood not far from us, her fingers trembling as she clutched the hilt of her sword. Her gaze was locked onto the horizon, where dark clouds mingled with the distant sound of cannon fire. She was a warrior, forged in the fires of conflict, yet now her resolve seemed as fragile as glass. I caught a glimpse of doubt flickering in her eyes, a fleeting shadow that spoke of fear and loss. "What if we're fighting for nothing?" she whispered, her voice a fragile thread weaving through the cacophony of war. I wanted to tell her that everything mattered, that every drop of blood spilled was a testament to our cause. But the words caught in my throat, choked by the reality we were facing. I could only nod, a silent agreement that bound us together in our shared uncertainty. The clock was ticking, a relentless measure of time that counted down to our reckoning. With each explosion, the ground shook beneath us, vibrating through my bones, and I could feel the weight of history pressing down. This was not merely a battle, it was a moment that would shape the destiny of nations, a turning point that would echo through the ages. My mind raced, the fragments of thought swirling chaotically as I struggled to grasp the enormity of it all. I remember the faces of those who fought beside me, the names etched into my memory like stone. each one a reminder of what was at stake, our hopes, our dreams, our very lives. Forward! The command sliced through the air, sharp and commanding. Henri surged ahead, a wild determination igniting his spirit. I stumbled after him, propelled by fear and the desire to survive. The ground was slick with mud and blood, a grotesque tapestry woven beneath our feet, each step a silent prayer that we would not become part of that grim design. I remember the roar of cannon fire, the explosion of shells raining death upon our ranks. Each blast sent shockwaves of terror through my heart. I caught a glimpse of Josephine, her face hardened in resolve, but her eyes betraying a flicker of despair. "Stay close!" I shouted, reaching out to grasp her arm, the connection a fleeting tether in this storm of chaos. But in battle, chaos reigned supreme. The crowd surged like a tide, and in that moment, the world narrowed to the two of us, two souls adrift in a sea of madness. I could see the shadows dancing across the battlefield, flickering forms of the fallen, their whispers threading through the air, haunting and sorrowful. They were ghosts, remnants of dreams cut short, their loss a bitter weight that settled on my heart. "Fight, Josephine! Please, fight!" My voice was raw, a desperate plea cutting through the noise. And for a moment, her gaze met mine, a fleeting connection that sparked something deep within. I saw her resolve solidify, a woman transformed by the fire of battle, ready to shape her own fate amid the ashes of war. The tide of conflict surged, a relentless wave crashing upon us. I could feel the rhythm of battle pulsing like a heartbeat, each clash of steel a sharp reminder of our mortality. The cries of the wounded rose in a symphony of despair, a haunting melody that pierced the air. Each note was a reminder, this was not a game, this was survival, raw and visceral. In the distance, the sun dipped low, casting an eerie glow across the battlefield. Time slipped away like sand through fingers, and I knew that soon, the day would give way to night, cloaking our fates in darkness. I remember watching Henri fight, his movements fluid, a dance of desperation and hope. He was doing it for all of us, for our families, for the lives we imagined beyond this chaos. I wanted to shout his name, to tell him not to be a hero, to turn back while he still could. But the words caught in my throat, drowned out by the cacophony of war. Suddenly, a deafening explosion ripped through the air, and the world tilted. I saw Henri fall, like a marionette with its strings cut, crumpling to the ground in a heap of flesh and uniform. Time slowed, the battlefield blurred into a haze of chaos and despair. I felt my heart shatter, an icy grip wrapping around my chest. "Henri!" I screamed, a raw, primal sound that echoed into the void. Josephine was there, pulling me back, grounding me. "We can't lose hope." Her voice was fierce, a spark of fire in the encroaching darkness. But how could we fight when all around us was crumbling? I brushed past her, driven by a surge of desperation. I had to reach him. My footsteps pounded against the earth, a drumbeat of determination as I pushed through the throngs of soldiers, both friend and foe, battling for their lives. Each face I passed was a mask of fear, a mirror reflecting my own turmoil. But then, as I knelt beside him, cradling his head, I was thrust into a vision of dreams once shared, laughter echoing in sunlit fields, promises made in innocence. Henri's eyes fluttered open, a fragile flame in the abyss. "Promise, you won't forget." His voice was barely a whisper, a flicker of life against the encroaching darkness. "I promise, Henri," I said, tears mingling with the dirt on my cheeks. "I promise." The world collapsed around us, a cacophony of sound and fury, but in that moment, time stood still. The battle raged on, but here lay the heart of our struggle, the fragile threads of humanity against the storm of despair. And beneath it all, the clock ticked on, relentless and unforgiving, marking the turning point of our lives in the shadows of Sedan. The air was heavy, thick like the fog rolling through the streets of Sedan, whispering secrets of fate and blood. The sound of distant gunfire cracked the silence, sharp and unsettling, like a glass shattering in the stillness of night. I stood there, heart pounding in my chest, feeling the weight of history press down on my shoulders. This was no ordinary moment, it was the trembling brink between triumph and tragedy. "Do you hear that?" The voice was barely a whisper, filled with dread. It belonged to Colonel de Fairley, eyes wild, a reflection of the chaos consuming the world outside. His uniform hung precariously on his frame, like a promise now turned into a curse. I remember how I wanted to reassure him, to tell him it would be all right, but the words clung to my throat, heavy like stones. The truth was, I could feel the despair wrapping around us, a noose tightening, suffocating the last remnants of hope. Napoleon III was in the palace, a ghost trapped within grandeur. He used to be the emperor, a man of ambition, but ambition had turned into blind folly. I could almost taste the bitterness of betrayal on my tongue. His choices had led us here, on the edge of defeat. The people were restless, fear and anger festering in the air like an infection, and I was caught in the middle of it all, a witness to a storm brewing. "Captain!" A shout sliced through the atmosphere, piercing the veil of my thoughts. It was Lieutenant Helene, standing firm against the chaos, her spirit a beacon in the encroaching darkness. She had always been fierce, a lone star fighting to stay alight in a sky filled with shadows. But today, even her radiance flickered, dimmed by the weight of an empire crumbling into dust. "We need to move," she urged, urgency lacing her tone, every word a plea wrapped in desperation. I could see her jaw clenched, determination battling with fear. I wanted to scream for her to stop, to let go of the duty that bound her, but I knew she would never listen. Duty was her flesh, her blood, and in it lay the marrow of her fractured heart. Outside, the sound of cannon fire reverberated through the air, a morbid symphony of despair. I could see shadows moving, soldiers caught in a dance of death, their faces twisted with pain, each breath a struggle against the inevitable. I closed my eyes for a moment, wishing to escape, but the cacophony pulled me back, an unyielding grip on reality. "Do you think he knows?" I asked, my voice trembling, breaking the stillness like glass, the words spilling out unbidden. "Does he understand the weight of lives resting on his shoulders?" Helene turned to me, her eyes wide, reflecting 1,000 unshed tears. "What does it matter? We are nothing but pawns in a game played by kings." Her voice cracked, the bitterness of truth seeping through her words. "And when the game ends, what remains of us?" Those words haunted me, a spectre lurking in the corners of my mind. I remembered my childhood dreams of valor, of knights and battles fought for glory. But this was no fairy tale, it was a nightmare, a grotesque parody of what I had imagined. I was standing on hollow ground, where every victory came at the cost of blood, where every heartbeat echoed the cries of the fallen. A sudden explosion jolted us, throwing us against the wall, our bodies colliding with the cold stone like a cruel reminder of our mortality. Dust hung in the air, swirling like the ghosts of those lost in battle, and I could feel the world shifting beneath my feet, unstable and ready to crumble into the abyss. "Get up!" Helene cried, her voice rising above the chaos, fierce like the flames licking at the edges of our lives. "We can't stay here!" Her courage was a wildfire, igniting a spark within me, urging me to rise, to fight, to reclaim the hope that was slipping through our fingers like sand. Outside the palace, the streets were alive with fury. I could see the remnants of the empire, once proud, now reduced to fragments of desperation. Faces twisted in agony, voices rising in a desperate chorus. It was a symphony of despair, a haunting melody that echoed in my heart. I felt the tremors of fear ricochet through my body, a reminder that we were on borrowed time, a fleeting moment in the grand tapestry of history. As we pushed forward, the air thick with smoke and sorrow, I caught a glimpse of the emperor, a shadow moving through the palace, a man lost in his own labyrinth of mistakes. He was a memory, a fading star, and I wanted to scream, to shake him awake from the stupor of denial. But what could I say? What words would reach him, a man surrounded by riches yet bankrupt of spirit? "Are you ready?" Helene's voice pulled me back, raw with emotion, and I nodded, though my heart quivered with uncertainty. We were two souls adrift in an ocean of chaos, bound by duty yet aching for liberation. I could feel the electricity crackling in the air, a tension that twisted my gut, urging me to move, to fight. And then, in that moment of impending confrontation, I remembered the faces of the fallen, those who believed in a brighter tomorrow, who had fought and bled for a dream now shrouded in despair. The weight of their dreams rested heavily upon my shoulders, like a shroud of memories. I could not let their sacrifices fade into obscurity. Together, I whispered, a vow to the shadows dancing around us, to the ghosts of those lost in this relentless fight. And with that, we surged forward, hearts racing, souls entwined, ready to face the storm that awaited us, knowing that in this moment, amidst the chaos, we were not just soldiers, we were the heartbeat of a nation yearning for breath. In the distance, the sounds of battle roared louder, the drums of war beating a relentless rhythm. We were caught in a whirlwind, a maelstrom of uncertainty, but within that chaos, a flicker of hope ignited. The weight of the world pressed down on us, yet we marched on, two souls aflame in the darkness, ready to confront the shadows of our making. And as we drew closer to the heart of the storm, I knew, deep within, that this was just the beginning. The air was heavy with the scent of damp stone and tension, the kind that clings to your skin and breathes unease into your very soul. Shadows danced across the grand hall of the Palace of Versailles, flickering like the anxious hearts of those within. It was a day that would etch itself into the annals of a fractured world, but in this moment, all anyone could feel was the pulse of fear and anticipation. A single tick of the clock echoed like a gunshot, slicing through the oppressive silence. Friedrich, his hands trembling, gripped the edge of a cold marble pedestal, the chill biting into his flesh as if it could anchor him against the storm brewing in his heart. "They will see us," he whispered, his voice cracking, drenched in a mixture of dread and hope. His eyes darted toward Wilhelm, standing a few paces away, the embodiment of a king yet utterly human beneath layers of armor and expectation. Friedrich had watched him rise, a little boy playing war amidst the prancing nobles. Now, he was a man on the precipice, a nation's fate resting on his shoulders. What if they don't accept us? What if we are just shadows against the sun of France? Wilhelm's gaze was fixed, unyielding. "We are more than shadows, Friedrich. We are a storm. They will remember this day." But even as he spoke, the tremor in his hands betrayed him, fingers clenching and unclenching as though trying to grasp the very threads of destiny that seemed to slip away. I remember the whispers that swept through the crowd like a gust of wind, a rustle of silk and velvet, fear and disdain woven into every murmur. The French, with their disdainful glances, their tightly curled lips, watched as the Germans assembled, the weight of history pressing heavily on their shoulders, a cloak of impending doom. The air was thick with the smell of sweat and expensive cologne, a grotesque perfume that masked the fear lurking beneath the facade of elegance. Outside, the sky was a tempest, the clouds brooding and dark, mirroring the turmoil within. I remember how the distant rumble of thunder seemed to mock them, a reminder that nature was not on their side. It was as if the heavens themselves were debating the rightness of this moment, questioning whether a new empire could truly be forged from the ashes of war and suffering. Friedrich's heart raced, each beat a drum in the silence that enveloped them. What are we? If they do not recognize us, if they see us as the remnants of a defeated foe, how can we stand here and claim what we do not own? His voice trembled, fear lacing each syllable. He felt like a marionette, strings tangled, the puppeteer's hand absent, and he was left to wander aimlessly in this grand tapestry of power. Wilhelm turned, and in that instant, I caught a glimpse of the boy who once believed in heroes, the dreamer who had imagined himself a knight in shining armor. We are the future. We are our own masters now. We cannot let them dictate our worth. But even as he spoke, I could sense the fissures in his resolve, cracks that ran deep like the scars of a battlefield. The hall was a pressure cooker, each breath drawn in was thick with anxiety, anticipation boiling just beneath the surface. I could feel the palpable energy, a living organism, breathing in sync with the gathered throng. Faces long forgotten flickered in and out of focus, diplomats, soldiers, and statesmen, all swallowed by the weight of what was to come. They shifted, exchanging glances laden with unspoken words, grappling with the specter of a new order that promised to rewrite everything they held dear. And then, the moment arrived. A herald stepped forward, his voice a clarion call that sliced through the cacophony. His Majesty Wilhelm I of Prussia. The words resonated, the sound reverberating against the marble walls, echoing out into the ether, a declaration meant to shake the very foundations of Europe. I felt it in my bones, the lift of expectation, the charge in the air. It was as if time itself had paused, holding its breath, waiting for the spark that would ignite the flames of a new empire. Wilhelm stepped into the light, every fiber of his being shimmering with the weight of expectation. In that moment, he looked both magnificent and lost, a lion among lambs, yet there was a flicker of doubt in his eyes. I saw it, an uncertainty that flickered like a candle in the wind, threatening to extinguish under the weight of history. Today, we stand not as conquerors, but as brothers united under the banner of a new Germany. The words flowed from his lips, bold and fervent, yet the tremor betrayed him. The audience responded with a tense silence, but beneath that surface, the current of dissent flowed like a river, fear and resentment roiling just below the calm facade. Friedrich felt it too, a tightening in his chest as the weight of history bore down on him. "What if they see us for what we truly are?" he murmured, a ghost of doubt creeping into his voice. "They will see the future," Wilhelm replied, though even he could not shake the chill that crept in alongside his bravado. Outside, the storm raged, and the shadows of doubt crept deeper into their hearts. The clock's relentless ticking resumed, each tick a reminder of the time slipping away, the moment hanging in precarious balance. In that hall, the echoes of past grievances collided with dreams of a future, and I felt the world shift on its axis. Each breath was a thread weaving through the tapestry of time, binding them together in a fate that was yet unwritten, yet ominously looming. The whispers of history filled the chamber, the ghosts of the past swirling around them like a dark mist, waiting for the first echo of an empire to resonate. And beneath it all, the question hung unaddressed, clawing at the edges of their minds: what if the proclamation, the very heartbeat of a new Germany, was but a fragile dream, waiting to shatter at the slightest breath of dissent? I remember the tension, the unyielding steel of hope mingling with the softness of fear, a cocktail that set the stage for what was to come. The proclamation was not merely a declaration, it was a promise, a gamble, a leap into the unfathomable abyss that awaited. And as the moment stretched, the hall felt more like a battlefield than a sanctuary. The clock echoed, and I knew this was only the beginning. The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing like a gunshot in the still air of Paris. Shadows danced along the cobblestones, twisting into grotesque shapes as if the city itself were mourning. In the heart of the chaos, the Hôtel de Ville stood as a bastion of despair and hope, a fortress filled with men and women whose faces were etched with the lines of fear and determination. The room pulsed with a feverish intensity, whispers of treachery skimming the air like moths drawn to a flame. I remember the way it felt that night. A suffocating tension wrapped around my throat, constricting, pulling tighter with each passing second. I could hear the heavy breathing of my comrades, each exhale laden with the weight of a nation crumbling at the seams. We were trapped, caught in a vortex of ambition and desperation, poised on the edge of something monumental, something fragile. Jean, his hands trembling, gripped the wooden table as if it might offer him solace. His eyes darted toward the window, where the silhouettes of soldiers marched, their boots thundering against the cobblestones, a grim reminder of the war that clawed at the very fabric of our lives. He was a man who thrived on order, on control, yet in that moment, all he could hold was the shattering realization that everything he had built might collapse. "We must act," he pleaded, his voice a quaking whisper. A cacophony of thoughts spiraled in my mind. What did it mean to be a government of national defense? To protect a country now fractured, bleeding from the wounds of war? Was it valor or folly to think we could steer this ship away from the storm? The shadows in the room grew darker, swirling around us, swallowing our resolve. The whispers grew louder, fueling our fears. Accusations bounced like errant bullets, and I could feel the weight of our decisions curling around my heart, squeezing until it ached. Each voice clamored for validation, demanding to be heard, to matter. But who were we, mere mortals, to shape the destiny of nations? In that moment, I caught a glimpse of the faces of those waiting outside, their hope festering into something rancid. How could we tell them their struggle mattered if we couldn't even unite ourselves? The ghosts of revolution lingered, echoes of despair and ambition intertwined. Paris sang a ballad of longing, a song of resilience rising from the ashes of despair. I pulled away from the tumult, stepping into the dim light of the corridor. The air was thick with anticipation, and every heartbeat felt like a countdown to catastrophe. I leaned against the cold stone wall, the chill seeping into my bones, grounding me in the reality that lay before us. What would happen if we failed? What if we chose the wrong path? Jean's face haunted me, his brow furrowed, lips thin with worry. He had always been the practical one, but now he was losing himself to doubt. And Emily, fierce and unyielding, but I could see the cracks beneath her surface, the weight of expectation bearing down upon her slender shoulders. We were all so flawed, so human, and yet we stood on the precipice of history, ready to make choices that would either save or damn us all. A cacophony of footsteps echoed down the corridor, a sudden rush of urgency. I turned, breathless, as a group of delegates burst through the door, their faces shrouded in shadows, but their eyes bright with determination. They were the harbingers of a new dawn, a government formed in the crucible of crisis. Each one brought their own burdens, fears, dreams, ambitions, as they gathered around the table once more, the flickering candlelight casting their faces in a surreal glow, half illuminated, half shrouded in darkness. "France needs us now," one of them said, voice steady yet thick with emotion. "We must forge a unity that transcends our divisions." And there it was, the heartbeat of our resolve, pulsing through the room, igniting the air like dry kindling. Jean glanced at Emily, and I caught the spark of understanding igniting between them, a fragile connection, like the first light of dawn breaking the night's hold. I remember the moment clarity washed over me, a wave crashing through the fog. We were not just a government of national defense, we were a tapestry woven from the threads of our shared struggle. Every disagreement, every fear, every ounce of doubt had led us here, not just to protect France but to embody its spirit, its tenacity, its defiance. The tension in the room shifted, morphed into something electric. Ideas clashed, fervor ignited, and for a fleeting moment, we were one, hearts beating as one, the rhythm of our hopes intertwining. The shadows receded, and we dared to dream of a future where we weren't just surviving but thriving. With each passionate voice that rose, I felt our fears melting away, slowly but surely, like frost beneath the warmth of the sun. But as I looked into their eyes, I knew the battle was far from over. Outside, the world raged on, a tempest waiting to swallow us alive. We were merely players on a stage beset by chaos, time slipping through our fingers like grains of sand. And yet, in that fleeting moment, we were alive, so painfully, beautifully alive, intertwined in a dance of hope and heartache. I remember the air thick with possibility, heavy and electric. What lay ahead was uncertain, but we were no longer just scared souls stumbling in the dark. We were a government of national defense, a heartbeat against the oncoming storm, a flickering flame in the chill of night, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The clock continued its relentless ticking, but we had found our rhythm. And with every pulse, every breath, I felt the undeniable truth, we were ready to fight. The air hangs heavy, thick with dread. I remember the moment the first cannonball shattered the silence of Paris, a thunderous crack that sent a shiver through the cobblestone streets. The echoes danced off the ancient walls, whispering warnings that curled like smoke into the hearts of the citizens. It was the kind of moment that ignites fear, a palpable thing that wraps around your throat, squeezing tighter with each passing second. There was no time to think, only to react, to run, to save whatever shreds of hope you could claw back. I remember the faces, those terrified, wide-eyes that stared into the looming shadows of destruction. Elise, my sister, her hands trembling as she clutched a ragged doll to her chest, the fabric worn thin by endless nights of comfort. She was just a child, caught in a world that no longer felt safe. Her innocence shimmered like a fragile candle flickering against the relentless gusts of chaos. "Will we be safe, Pierre?" she whispered, voice trembling, as if the very question could summon a miracle from the dark. My heart ached. How could I answer when shadows danced at the edges of my vision, taunting me with the certainty of despair? I had grown up believing I could protect her, but now I felt as vulnerable as a fledgling bird pushed from the nest. "Of course, we will," I lied, but even I could hear the quaver in my voice. It felt like a betrayal, a stab at the truth we both desperately clung to. Just beyond the barricades, soldiers shouted orders, their voices intermingling with the cries of the wounded and the crackling of flames that licked hungrily at the sky. It was a sick carnival, the siege a grotesque spectacle that darkened the spirit of the city. Men turned against men, neighbors whispered of betrayals, and hunger gnawed at the stomachs of the brave. I remember a woman, wild-eyed, gripping a loaf of bread as if it were a treasure won from the gods themselves. She had been a friend once, but desperation twisted her lips into a snarl, a feral creature clawing for survival. Day bled into night, and the moon hung like a silent witness, casting a silver glow over the chaos. Time warped, each hour stretching into an eternity, filled with the smell of smoke and despair, mingling with the distant memories of laughter and music that once thrummed through the lanes of Paris. I remember the taverns, the songs that once spilled from their doors, the warmth of a bustling crowd. It felt like a dream now, an illusion fading beneath the weight of this new reality. There was a moment, oh, how I remember it, a flicker of hope amidst the rubble. It was a night like any other, the sky cloaked in darkness, but laughter erupted from a small gathering of survivors huddled in an alley. They shared tales of bravery, of love lost and found, of dreams that danced like the stars overhead. I joined them, a reluctant participant, my heart heavy with the burden of my sister's fear. "Remember the old days?" I asked, my voice cracking. "When we thought we were invincible." Laughter erupted, a bittersweet melody that mixed with the scent of despair. "Invincible? You mean when we bathed once a year?" came the jest, the humor jarring yet oddly comforting. I joined in, the absurdity of it all cutting through the suffocating gloom. But that laughter was a mask, a thin veil over the terror lurking just beyond the flickering light of the fire, a reminder that we were still alive, even when hope felt like a distant memory. And then there was Henri. A man swept into the chaos like a comet, brilliant but fleeting, his presence igniting something inside me I hadn't felt in ages. He was a soldier, but he wore the burden of war like a tattered cloak, his eyes haunted by visions of violence and loss. We bonded over whispered secrets in dark corners, our breaths mingling with the smoke of despair and the scent of wet earth. "Do you believe we'll see the dawn?" he asked one night, a challenge woven into the softness of his words. "I think the dawn will come," I replied, forcing a smile. "But I'm not sure we'll be here to see it." The truth trembled on my lips, raw and bloody. I wanted to say that I feared the weight of our choices, that I feared this city would consume us whole. In the days that followed, the world felt as though it was collapsing around us. The sounds of conflict grew louder, cannon fire, the clash of steel, the cries of the dying. Each note was a symphony of dread playing in the theater of my mind. And yet, amidst the chaos, I sought Henri's gaze, craving the warmth of connection. But one evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, a rumble shook the ground beneath our feet. A fireball erupted, a scream of defiance against the night, and in that instant, I lost him. I remember the way the smoke curled into the air, like a dancer surrendering to the inevitable. I felt my heart shatter, fragments of hope scattering like autumn leaves caught in a tempest. Elise clung to me, her tiny fingers digging into my arm, grounding me as everything spun out of control. "Where is Henri?" she asked, her voice frail, lost in the cacophony. I couldn't answer. I remember the taste of ash in my mouth, bitterness mingling with regret. He's fighting for us," I whispered, though I could feel the weight of my lie hanging heavily in the air. The next days wore on, the siege stretching like an unwelcome guest refusing to leave. We scavenged what we could, the city transforming into a ghost of its former self. Shadows danced in the corners of my mind, a chorus of lost souls crying for peace. Every night, I lay awake, haunted by memories of laughter, dreams of a brighter future, and the spectre of loss that loomed ever closer. I remember staring at the ceiling, counting the cracks, counting the moments that slipped through my fingers like sand. And as the sound of distant cannons echoed through the night, I held my sister close, a fragile lifeline in a world gone mad. I remember. And with each heartbeat, I feared the dawn would come, but perhaps it would only bring more shadows. The air hangs thick with the stench of sweat, gunpowder, and fear, a suffocating cocktail that fills the lungs of the soldiers as they huddle in the shadow of a crumbling wall. The echoes of distant artillery reverberate like the heartbeat of a dying behemoth, punctuating the silence, demanding attention. I can feel my heart pounding, a frantic drumbeat of anxiety that syncs with the rhythm of the chaos beyond. "Do you think we'll make it?" whispers Friedrich, his voice trembling as he grips his rifle with a white-knuckled intensity. His eyes, normally bright with a mischievous spirit, now glisten with unshed tears. This is not the battlefield he trained for, this is hell, a swirling maelstrom of death and destruction. I remember how we laughed under the stars, how we speculated about life beyond the war, about love waiting back home. Now, all of it feels like a cruel joke, a mirage fading in the oppressive heat of reality. I remember, I murmur, my voice barely breaking through the thick fog of dread. I remember the old days, the parades of men marching in flawless formation, our boots echoing like thunder. We were invincible then. But now I trail off, the weight of my words hanging heavy in the air like a shroud. Across the crumbled masonry, Walter sits, his back against the debris, eyes closed, as if he can conjure up solace in the darkness behind his eyelids. He was once the bold one, full of bravado and laughter, the first to storm into the fray, embodying youthful zeal. But now, weariness drapes over him like a second skin, the burden of survival etched into every line of his face. It's not just about tactics, he croaks, voice hoarse from the smoke. It's about survival. Every maneuver, every innovation, they mean nothing if we're all just pawns in this godforsaken game. And there it is, an unspoken truth that hangs in the air, an electric charge filled with the weight of despair and inevitability. The German army, with its tactical innovations, the blitzkrieg, the speed, the surprise, they had promised us victory, but they had delivered a gnawing fear, a foreboding sense of purposelessness. I glance at the map, crumpled and stained, lines and arrows etched with the blood of those who dared to dream. Strategies that once felt revolutionary now feel like shackles, binding us to a fate we cannot escape. A sudden explosion shatters the moment, throwing us to the ground. The reverberation rattles through my bones, a visceral reminder of our fragility. Get up! I shout, adrenaline surging through my veins, a primal instinct to survive. We scramble to our feet, instinct kicking in, each second stretching like eternity, stretching like the distance between hope and despair. Move! I scream, and we burst into motion, hearts hammering, legs pumping. The world becomes a blur of chaos, shadows dancing in the flickering light of nearby flames. I catch a glimpse of Friedrich, fear etched in his features, and I reach out, clenching his arm, pulling him forward. Keep going. We can't stop. But as we race through the rubble, I can't shake the feeling that we're being hunted, like prey, the predators lurking in the shadows, waiting for the moment of vulnerability to strike. It's a dance of life and death, a macabre waltz that leaves no room for missteps. We round a corner and find our path blocked, a gnarled tree branch sprawled like a blackened skeletal hand. Panic surges within me, clawing at my chest. Back! Walter shouts, his voice slicing through the din. We'll find another way. I can see it in his eyes, that flicker of determination that once burned so brightly, now dimmed to a feeble glow. We backtrack, the sounds of gunfire echoing in our ears, a relentless reminder that we are not alone in this nightmare. I remember the stories of the great generals, of their cunning strategies that turned the tide of battles. But here, in this moment, all that feels like ancient history, lost in the ashes of a world that promised glory but only delivered anguish. We stumble through the ruins, shadows flickering along the walls, each step a reminder of the ghosts that follow us. I can feel their presence, the souls of those who did not escape, their eyes accusing, their whispers carried by the wind. I'm haunted by the faces of comrades lost, by the laughter that once filled the air, now replaced by the heavy silence of absence. Stay close! I bark, the urgency building within me like a storm ready to break. We press on, adrenaline fueling our desperate flight, but a tightness grips my chest. This isn't just about survival. It's about what we leave behind. Who will remember us? Who will tell our story if we fail? The corner opens up into a wider street, and for a moment, hope glimmers, a fleeting flicker of light in the depths of despair. But it's there, lurking, the shadows creeping in, tightening their grip. We're not alone, and the realization sends a visceral jolt through me. The enemy is upon us, their figures emerging like wraiths from the fog, their intent clear in the glint of steel. Run! I scream, and we scatter, the instinct for survival igniting within us like a wildfire. Each heartbeat a countdown, each breath a prayer, as the echoes of our lives become a symphony of terror and defiance. I remember the dreams we dared to dream, the stories we spun of victory, of honor. But in the chaos, it all dissolves, like smoke against the wind. And as I sprint through the night, the darkness closing in, I know we are bound together by more than just fear, we are bound by a shared fate, hauntingly beautiful and painfully tragic. In this moment, we are not just soldiers, we are the embodiment of hope fighting against the tide of despair. And as I glance back at Friedrich and Walter, their faces etched in determination and terror, I know we will face whatever comes next together. The war rages around us, but within this fleeting moment, we are alive, alive in our fear, alive in our fight, alive in our relentless pursuit of something greater than ourselves. And so we run, the shadows chasing us, our hearts beating as one, the night stretching out before us, a canvas of uncertainty splattered with the colors of our lives. The battle is far from over, but we are not mere pawns, we are players in this painful game, clinging to our humanity amidst the ruins. Every breath is a rebellion, every heartbeat a reminder that we are still here, still fighting, still alive. The clock struck midnight, its chime reverberating through the cold silence of Paris, the echoes of war still fresh in the air like a bitter perfume. I stood on the darkened streets, feeling the weight of loss press against my chest. Shadows danced in the corners of my vision, phantoms of a city that had once thrived with laughter and love, now reduced to whispers and uncertainty. The Franco-Prussian War, the very name sent shivers down spines, a chilling reminder that the heart of Europe had been fractured beneath the weight of ambition and greed. Marie, my dear sister, had always been the spark, the joy in our family. But now, I could see the worry etched into her face, her eyes hollowed like the city's abandoned buildings. "They are coming for us," she whispered, her voice trembling. "The world is watching, and they will not look away." The words hung heavy in the night air, a promise of doom. I could feel it, if an oppressive cloud, dark and suffocating, creeping in from the edges of our world. Across the street, a soldier named Henri leaned against the wall, his uniform tattered, stained with the remnants of battle. I saw in his eyes a flicker of defiance, a spark fighting against the death that clung to him like a second skin. He had been a proud man, once, before the war had robbed him of his spirit. "We fight for our home, for our people," he said, but even he didn't believe it anymore. The truth lingered unspoken between us, every victory came at a cost, and we were already paying the price. The night grew colder as I watched Henri's hands tremble, a soldier stripped of his armor, standing bare before the shadows of 1,000 fallen. The war had turned him into a ghost, haunting the streets of Paris, a reminder that glory was nothing more than a mirage. "I remember the cheers," he murmured. "The parades, the flags waving. I was brave once." But the ghosts of the dead danced in his gaze, and the cheers had long since faded, replaced by the mournful silence of those left behind. I looked to Marie, this once carefree girl now burdened with fear, her laughter trapped in the echo of a past that seemed increasingly unattainable. "What will they do to us?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The question hung there, suspended in the air, a dark omen of what was to come. I wanted to tell her that everything would be all right, that the world wouldn't crumble beneath our feet, but the truth was a bitter pill, and I could hardly swallow it myself. Outside, the world was swirling with tension. People crowded the streets, their faces pale with uncertainty, eyes darting like frightened animals. News of the war had traveled beyond our borders, rippling through the nations like a stone thrown into a still pond. Britain watched with bated breath. Italy weighed its options, weighing allegiances like a merchant counting coins, while Russia, with its icy grip, plotted in the shadows. The alliances were shifting like sand, and no one knew where they would settle. I remember the cafe on the corner, its warm glow beckoning like a siren's call. We stumbled inside, seeking refuge, but even the warmth couldn't chase away the chill of our reality. The barista, a weary-looking man with eyes that had seen too much, poured us coffee that tasted of burnt dreams. "War is a business," he said, his voice low and gravelly, like the earth itself was mourning. "And we are merely the commodities." As the coffee slid down my throat, I felt the weight of every word. The international response was like a game of chess, each nation a player, pawns sacrificed for a greater strategy. I could almost see the pieces moving, the Germany fortifying its stance, France clutching its wounds, Britain holding back, waiting for a moment to pounce. The air crackled with tension, a storm brewing on the horizon, and we were mere spectators to the tragedy unfolding. Unri's laughter broke the silence, harsh and jagged like glass. "They think they control the board," he scoffed, "but they are fools." His bravado was a mask, a thin veneer over the raw fear that lay beneath. "We are not pieces to be moved, we are men, women, children. We fight for our homes, our families." But even as he spoke, I could see the doubt creeping in, like a vine choking the life from a once vibrant flower. Marie reached for his hand, a small gesture of solidarity, but it felt monumental in that moment, an act of rebellion against the encroaching darkness. "We will not be forgotten," she declared, her voice steady. "We will rise, no matter how hard they try to break us." There was fire in her words, a flicker of hope that ignited something deep within me. Could we rise? Could we defy the shadows closing in? Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the streets, shattering the fragile moment. A group of protesters surged past the cafe, their faces painted with rage and desperation. "We will not be silent," they shouted, a chorus of defiance that sent shivers down my spine. I watched as they marched, their bodies a living testament to the pain and anger that coursed through the city. Would they change anything? Or would their cries be drowned out by the drums of war? The questions echoed in my mind as I stood at the crossroads of fear and conviction, trapped in a moment that felt both fleeting and eternal. I felt the weight of history pressing down like a heavy cloak, suffocating, yet exhilarating. We were caught in the throes of a tempest, a swirling vortex of emotion that threatened to pull us under. And still, we clung to hope, fragile as it was. The night deepened, the darkness wrapping around us like a shroud, but the fire in our hearts refused to die. We were not yet finished. The world was shifting, alliances forming and breaking, nations plotting their moves. But we were here, together, in this moment, breathing the same air thick with possibility and dread. I glanced at Henri and Marie, their faces illuminated by the flickering candlelight, and the realization washed over me like a tidal wave: we were not alone. We were part of something larger than ourselves, a struggle, a fight for dignity in a world that sought to strip it away. The international response to this war was merely the surface of a deeper current, and beneath it lay the raw, tumultuous heart of humanity. And as the clock ticked on, I no longer feared the unknown. We would face it, together. Each heartbeat a vow, each breath a promise. We would rise, we would resist, and perhaps, just perhaps, the world would listen. In the heavy, humid air of a besieged town, the night fell like a shroud, thick, suffocating, the kind of dark that clung to skin and soul. Shadows danced in the flickering light of dying street lamps, illuminating faces etched with fear and determination. The sound of distant gunfire split the silence, a reminder that danger lurked just beyond the edge of their fragile sanctuary. It was the kind of night that bled into dreams, dark and haunting, as if even the cosmos held its breath, waiting. I remember standing there, heart pounding, adrenaline surging like a tempest in my veins. The weight of a rifle pressed against my shoulder felt foreign yet achingly familiar, a heavy reminder of the sacrifices we were compelled to make. My fingers trembled as I gripped the weapon, the cold metal biting into my palm, a stark contrast to the warmth of the bodies surrounding me, fellow citizens turned soldiers, thrust into combat by the cruel machinations of fate. Across the street, Anna crouched behind the remnants of a shattered wall. Her eyes flickered with the ghost of a smile, a brave mask for the terror lurking just beneath the surface. Only a few weeks ago, she was a school teacher, her days filled with laughter and chalk dust. Now, she crouched in the darkness, a reluctant warrior, her heart battling against the whisper of doubt. "We have to hold the line," she murmured, her voice barely more than a breath, yet it carried the weight of 1,000 unspoken fears. I remember her gaze cutting through the chaos, a fierce determination that ignited something within me. Then there was Mark, a father of 3, his face worn and weary, each line etched deeper than the last. He'd volunteered for this madness, driven by a desperation to protect what remained of his family, yet the burden of his decision hung heavy. I caught glimpses of him in the fleeting moments of calm, his eyes distant, flickering between memories of bedtime stories and the raw reality of gunfire. "If I don't do this, who will?" he often whispered, but I could see the cracks in his facade, the tremors of doubt that threatened to unravel him. His hands, once so steady as he tucked his children into bed, were now shaking, gripped tight around the makeshift weapon. A sound shattered the stillness, a single, haunting scream that echoed through the night, reverberating in our chests like a death knell. The moment froze, the air thick with dread. I could see it in Anna's eyes, could feel it in the tightness of Mark's jaw, a collective dread that we were teetering on the edge of chaos. I remember the icy fingers of fear wrapping around my throat, constricting, tightening. It was a slow suffocation, a reminder that we were not soldiers by choice, but by necessity. Time became a cruel trickster, moments stretching into eternity. The minutes felt like hours as we waited, hearts pounding, breaths shallow. I could hear the ticking of a clock in the silence, a metronome counting down the seconds until chaos erupted. Each tick reverberated through my bones, a reminder that we were just a heartbeat away from violence, a violent clash of humanity, blood and tears mingling in the dirt. And then it came, a sudden eruption of sound and fury. Gunfire blazed across the street, and we were swept into the storm. I remember the acrid smell of gunpowder mixed with the sweetness of fear, the cacophony of chaos drowning out rational thought. I could see Mark, his face set in grim determination as he moved, fluid and fierce, his body a barrier between his family and the carnage. I admired him then, a tragic hero forged in the fires of desperation, his humanity burning brighter than the chaos surrounding us. "Stay low, stay together," he barked, and we all moved instinctively, guided by the primal urge to survive. Each footfall felt like a drumbeat of defiance against the universe that conspired against us. I could feel Anna beside me, her presence a lifeline in the storm. "We can do this," she shouted, her voice a rallying cry amidst the chaos, pulling us back from the precipice of despair. But even as we pressed forward, I could see the cracks in her armor. The fear flickered in her eyes like a candle fighting against the wind. "What if this is it?" she whispered to me, desperation threading through her words. I wanted to tell her that everything would be all right, but the truth hung heavy on my tongue, a bitter taste of reality. We were not heroes. We were ordinary people thrust into extraordinary circumstances, each of us wrestling with our own demons as we fought for a cause we barely understood. Time bled into confusion, each heartbeat echoing in my ears as we moved through the chaos, each breath a silent prayer. I remember the faces of those around us, fellow volunteers, citizens transformed into soldiers, their eyes wide with fear and determination, each one fighting not just for their lives, but for the ideals they held close. They were not soldiers by trade but by circumstance, each one of us woven into the fabric of a desperate resistance. We pressed on, the fire of resolve igniting in our chests, drawing strength from one another, breathing life into the flickering hope that danced at the edges of despair. The night stretched on, a tapestry of chaos and courage, weaving together the threads of our collective struggle, each moment a reminder that we were in this together, bound by the unbreakable ties of humanity. And in that crucible of fear and determination, even as the horrors battered against us, we learned the strength of our shared humanity, the heart of a community beating as one, echoing through the dark like a beacon of light, refusing to be extinguished. We were not just volunteer soldiers, we were the embodiment of hope, the very pulse of resistance against the encroaching shadows, standing firm against the tide of despair, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The air was thick with the taste of iron and fear, a metallic tang that clung to the throat like a noose. The muffled sounds of distant cannon fire echoed through the frost-bitten streets of Champagny, a haunting lullaby of war. I remember standing there, breath hitching as shadows danced across the cobblestones, the flickering hints of dying torches casting ghostly figures that flickered like memories lost to time. Each heartbeat thundered against my chest like a war drum, drowning out the cries of men and the wails of lost dreams. Eugene stood beside me, a man forged in the fires of despair. He gripped his rifle with knuckles white as winter snow, his eyes a tempest of emotion. I could see the ghosts of his past etched into the lines of his face, a tapestry of sacrifice woven with threads of love and loss. He'd once dreamt of a better life, of laughter echoing through the halls of a home filled with warmth. Now, all that remained were the echoes of cannon fire, the shattered remains of hope strewn across the battlefield like discarded lives. I remember the warmth of her embrace, he whispered, a tremor threading through his voice. It was a confession, a prayer to the fallen, and in that moment, I felt the weight of his longing clinging to my very soul. Marie, a spirited woman with an iron will, was crouched low behind a crumbling wall, her breath coming in sharp gasps. She was the sun and the storm, a paradox of resilience and vulnerability. I had watched her argue fiercely with men twice her size, with the fire of 1,000 suns in her eyes. But now, as she peeked over the edge, the chill of uncertainty cast a shadow over her fierce spirit. "We fight for them," she said, her voice a low murmur that cut through the chaos. "For our children, for our future." Yet I could see the tremor in her hands, the way she clutched the rifle like a lifeline, her heart a battlefield of its own. The first volley hit like a shockwave, an eruption of sound that shattered the fragile stillness. I ducked instinctively, the ground trembling beneath me as I felt the heat of a nearby explosion lick at my skin. The world slowed for a heartbeat, time stretched and warped, and I could see the faces of soldiers contorted in fear, agony, defiance, all blurred together into a grotesque tapestry of humanity. I remember the way the smoke curled in the air, thick and choking, wrapping around us like a lover's embrace turned deadly. Eugene surged forward, propelled by a force greater than fear, hope. "For France," he roared, the cry tearing from his throat like a wounded beast. In that moment, he was both warrior and poet, a symbol of every man who had ever stood upon the precipice of despair only to fight back the darkness. I followed him, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm, the taste of adrenaline mingling with the bitter air. The ground was a graveyard of dreams, the remnants of lives once vibrant now reduced to mere whispers. I caught sight of a fallen comrade, his eyes staring listlessly at the cold, indifferent sky. I remembered him laughing, his voice bright like a summer day. Now he lay silent, a poignant reminder that eternity holds no promises. "Stay close!" Marie shouted, urgency lacing her words with a desperate edge. She moved with a grace that belied the chaos, her spirit unyielding. I watched as she navigated through the carnage, her heart a compass guiding her through the storm. Each step was a dance with destiny, each breath a prayer against the encroaching darkness. The cannon fire roared again, the earth trembling beneath the weight of artillery. I felt the heat wash over me as a cannonball tore through the air, a harbinger of destruction. I ducked, the explosion casting debris like confetti at a funeral, and time fractured into shards of chaos. Images flickered, children playing in the fields, laughter ringing clear as bells, love blooming in secret corners, but those memories were swallowed by the cacophony of war. "Eugene!" I cried, my voice lost in the tumult. My heart raced as I searched the smoke-filled haze, my mind a whirlwind of panic. As I turned, there he was, covered in dust and ash, eyes wild with a mix of fear and fervor. "We can't give up," he shouted, gripping my shoulder as though I were a lifeline. But Marie was already slipping through the cracks of reality, her determination pulling her forward even as the tide of battle surged. I saw her leap, a swan crossing into the abyss, and with each step, she risked everything she held dear. For them, she screamed, the words tearing through the chaos, slicing through doubt like a blade. Then, in a flash, everything shifted. A shadow passed over us, dark and ominous. The air crackled with electricity, and I felt the world holding its breath. As the next round of cannon fire erupted, I caught a glimpse of the enemy, a mass of figures, faces obscured by the haze of war, but their intent was crystal clear. They were not just soldiers, they were a force of nature, an unstoppable tide threatening to wash over us. In that moment, I understood. We were not just fighting for land or power, we were fighting for the very essence of who we were. Each heartbeat became a battle cry, a pledge to those we loved, a refusal to surrender to despair. I remember the fire in Eugene's eyes, the unwavering spirit of Marie. It ignited something within me, a sense of purpose that transcended fear. As the waves of soldiers surged, the flames of conflict crackled with a sinister energy, a reminder that we were but shadows in a world where the light flickered perilously close to extinction. I could feel the weight of 1,000 souls upon my shoulders, each one urging me to stand, to fight, to remember. And then, as the smoke hung thick like a fog of grief, we charged forward, not as individuals, but as a collective heartbeat, a singular force of resilience against the encroaching darkness. In that moment, amidst the chaos, the fear, the heartbreak, something primal awakened within us, a defiant spirit that echoed through time. We were French. We were alive. And we would not fade quietly into the night. The whistle shrieked through the night, an otherworldly wail that sliced through the tension, echoing like a death knell. It was a sound that promised chaos, a warning that reverberated through the veins of the earth, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who dared linger near the tracks. The air was thick with smoke and fear, each breath a struggle against the acrid tang that burned the throat. I stood there, heart pounding, as shadows darted along the platform, flickering like ghosts caught in a dance of madness. "Run, James!" Clara's voice clawed through the clamor, fierce and desperate, cutting through the fog of fear. I turned, met her wide eyes that were a storm of terror and determination, a tempest I couldn't ignore. She had always been the flame amidst the darkness, but tonight, she was a flickering candle in a gale, and I feared the wind would snuff her out. "Clara, we can't leave them!" I gasped, the words almost lost in the cacophony that surrounded us. Her hands were trembling, shaking as they gripped my arm. "They're not coming back, James! We have to save ourselves!" Her eyes darted, searching, pleading, as trains thundered past, their wheels screaming against the iron tracks, a metallic wail of impending doom. And I remembered. I remembered the first time I saw a train, its powerful engine roaring to life, a beast of steel that brought hope and despair alike. I remembered the telegraph's crackle, the way it connected hearts and minds across miles, each tap a lifeline woven through the air. But tonight, that lifeline was fraying, unraveling at the seams as orders were lost in the static, and lives hung in the balance like the last embers of a dying fire. "Go!" I shouted, the word tearing from my throat like a wild animal. Clara hesitated, a fleeting moment that felt eternal, and in that heartbeat, a shadow loomed, dark and menacing, creeping closer, the promise of violence trailing behind it. "James!" She pulled me back, fear twisting her features. "You don't have to do this." "I can't leave them," I whispered, my resolve hardening, a steel forged in the furnace of loyalty. I was no hero, just a man bound by the ghosts of my past. I thought of Isaac, my brother, lost to this madness, a casualty of war, reduced to a name on a telegram. A pulse of anger flared within me. The telegraph was supposed to connect us, to save lives, yet all it brought was grief and loss. The ground trembled beneath us as another train approached, its headlamps piercing the dark like the eyes of a predator. I could feel Clara's grip slacken, and I knew she was torn, caught between the pull of survival and the weight of sacrifice. The air thickened, electric with the tension of unsaid words, hopes, and fears. Then came the explosion. A thunderous roar that shattered the night, the sound of steel and stone colliding, of lives extinguished in a heartbeat. I felt it in my bones, the shock wave reverberating through the ground, a visceral reminder of our fragility. Clara screamed, a sound that split the air, a haunting melody that would echo in my mind long after this night faded into memory. "James!" It was a plea, a prayer, a final lash of desperation as the world crumbled around us. I felt her hand slip from mine, and panic surged through me like wildfire. "I'm going back." I fought against the tide of chaos, against the currents pulling me towards safety. "Don't!" She was crying now, her voice a powerful storm of anguish, but I couldn't let go. I couldn't abandon the echoes of those who once stood with me, who believed in a world where technology was salvation, not destruction. The telegraph wires crackled ominously above us, a web of communication now turned razor-sharp, threatening to ensnare all hopes for peace. I could see the soldiers, their faces smeared with soot, eyes wide with terror, and in that moment, I understood. The railroads and telegraphs were double-edged swords, capable of bridging gaps while also creating chasms. They had brought the war to our doorsteps, yet they held the promise of salvation. I lunged into the fray, heart racing as I searched for those lost to the chaos. My fingers brushed against cold metal, debris scattered like forgotten memories. I could hear the distant cries of the wounded, a symphony of despair echoing in the night. Each sound pierced my heart, a reminder that we were all just players in this deadly game, pawns on a board where every move could be fatal. Then, I saw him, a figure caught in the wreckage, struggling against twisted steel. It was Isaac, or the ghost of him, flickering in and out of my mind as if he were a memory not quite ready to fade. My heart lurched. Was this a cruel trick of the universe, a moment where shadows danced too close to reality? "Isaac!" I shouted, but the sound was swallowed by the roaring chaos. I stumbled forward, the weight of my own heart threatening to crush me under its intensity. Clara's voice faded, a soft whisper in the whirlwind of my thoughts. As I reached for the form, the sharpness of steel grazed my hand, a reminder of the peril that lingered, just a breath away. James. The voice was faint, a sound barely cutting through the din. You were always the brave one. I could feel the tears pooling, the weight of sorrow and love pressing down on my very soul. It was a bittersweet melody, this moment of reckoning, a confrontation with the past that felt both liberating and terrifying. As I pulled Isaac free, I knew this was just the beginning. The echoes of this night would chase us, wrap around our hearts, entwined with the shadows of technology that had turned into weapons. The railroads, the telegraphs, they were not just lines and wires, they were the lifeblood of war, connecting souls and severing lives in a single heartbeat. Together, I whispered, my breath shaky and raw. We'll find a way. But deep down, I felt the looming weight of uncertainty, an ominous cloud gathering overhead, ready to burst. The night was far from over, and as the train engines roared, I understood that we were all just pieces on this board, waiting for the next move to unfold. The sirens blared, slicing through the night like a knife through flesh. A cacophony of chaos erupted, drowning out the frantic heartbeat of a city caught in the throes of hysteria. Lucy stood in the middle of the street, breathless, her heart drumming a wild rhythm against her ribcage. The world around her twisted and morphed into a fever dream, shadows danced on the walls of crumbling buildings. She squinted, trying to pierce the veil of darkness, to make sense of the headlines flashing in her mind. Enemies within, crisis at the gates, each one a dagger, each word a weapon wielded against the unsuspecting. Beside her, Marco clutched his phone, his face illuminated by the cold light of a screen, a digital beacon that felt more like a curse. "Did you see this?" His eyes were wide, desperate, as if the glowing rectangle held the key to salvation. "They're saying they found a sleeper cell right here. In our neighborhood." The words tumbled out, frantic, a frenzied confession. His fingers trembled, scrolling through the torrent of social media posts, each one another lash against reason, another drop in the ocean of hysteria that was swallowing them whole. But Lucy knew better, or believed she did. "It's just propaganda," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the tempest outside. The words felt like shards of glass, sharp and dangerous, as they left her lips. She wanted to believe them, wanted to convince Marco that truth existed somewhere beneath the fevered frenzy. Yet doubt lingered, a gnawing beast in the pit of her stomach. She remembered the faces of their neighbors, once smiling, now twisted in fear. She remembered the way innocence could be tarnished, how the simplest glance could turn into a dagger, cutting through trust, through love. Time folded in on itself. The tension hung heavy in the air, thick as fog, and the weight was unbearable. But what if it's true? Marco's voice trembled, cracking like ice underfoot. The fear in his eyes was palpable, a reflection of her own. She could see it flickering there, like a dying flame, and she wanted to extinguish it. "If it's true, then we're living in a nightmare," she said, almost pleading. "It doesn't matter what's true anymore. It's what people believe," he shot back, and she could feel the anger pulsing between them, electric and fierce. In that moment, the city was no longer just a backdrop, it became a character, relentless and vicious, swallowing them whole in its dark maw. Somewhere, a building crumbled, somewhere, another life shattered under the weight of half-truths and conspiracies. Across town, Malik watched from the safety of his apartment, his back pressed against the cool surface of the wall, every word on the screen leaping into his soul like arrows. The feed was relentless, a barrage of images and sound bites, each more sensational than the last, each more horrifying in its detachment. "They're coming for us," the news anchor declared, her voice a siren's call. "You can't trust your neighbors. Not anymore." He felt the bile rise in his throat, a bitter taste that lingered long after the words had faded. Darkness crept into his mind like shadows at dusk, whispering thoughts that chilled him to the core. Malik was a poet, a dreamer, and had spent far too long lost in the beauty of language. But reality was poison, twisting each word he'd ever penned into a weapon aimed at his own heart. What will my words mean when fear outshouts poetry? He wondered, feeling the weight of his pen like a stone in his palm. Each line he'd written, each verse, now felt insignificant against the looming threat of violence. The echoes of his past, the laughter of friends, the warmth of shared meals, now felt like ghosts, haunting his memory. He thought of Lucy and Marco, the triumphs and trials they'd shared. How could they be okay amidst this madness? How could they, who had laughed through the hardest times, find solace now in a world so vile it twisted the truth into a sinister game? He picked up his phone, trembling fingers hovering over the screen, ready to reach out, to pull them back from the edge. But what could he say that would matter? Words felt heavy, laden with the weight of their reality. The city was a battleground, and he, a mere spectator, weighed down by the knowledge that clarity was a mirage. "You're not safe," a voice within him whispered, a cold shiver that danced along his spine. "You never were." And in that moment of despair, he felt that familiar pulse of creativity begin to stir. If truth was lost, he could create his own, craft a narrative that might shield them from the onslaught. The thought ignited a faint flicker of hope amidst the chaos, and he clung to it like a lifeline. Back in the street, Lucy and Marco stood shoulder to shoulder, a barrier against the oncoming storm. The sirens faded into the distance, replaced by an eerie silence, a momentary reprieve that felt more ominous than the uproar. "What do we do now?" Marco finally asked, the question hanging in the air like a noose. Lucy took a deep breath, the air thick and suffocating. "We fight back," she said, the determination in her voice transforming fear into a weapon. "Not with violence, but with the truth. We become the voices they can't silence." Each word resonated, pounding in her chest like a war drum. It was time to turn the tide, to reclaim their narrative from the hands of those who sought to twist it. They may have been small in a world so vast, but they were not powerless. The city may be wild, but within its chaos lay the potential for change. And with that thought, the three found themselves entwined in a fragile alliance, walking through the night like specters of hope among the shadows. The world outside trembled, but they were the storm, rising against the torrent of fear with the raw, unyielding power of truth. In the distance, the clock tower chimed, each toll resonating through the night, a reminder that time was relentless and unyielding. It counted down the moments until everything would change, and they were caught in its grasp, holding on with all they had left. The air crackled, electric with possibility, and the city, once a labyrinth of dread, began to shimmer with the potential of redemption, the haunting echoes of their resolve lingering in the air like a haunting melody. They were on the brink, and the world watched, waiting for the wave to crash, the revolution to unfold. The gunfire roared like thunder, punctuating the tense silence that draped over the cobbled streets of Paris, each crack resonating like the heartbeat of a city on the edge of lunacy. I stood there, breathless, as the acrid scent of gunpowder mixed with the tears of the dying, a cocktail of despair that seeped into the very stones beneath my feet. My heart raced, each pulse a reminder that the world around me was unraveling, like a frayed tapestry about to tear apart completely. I could see her, Eloise, her auburn hair whipping in the wind, a banner of defiance against the chaos. She clutched a rifle, knuckles white, eyes blazing with the fire of conviction. I had seen that look before, on the faces of those who dared to dream of a new world amid the ruins of the old. "We fight for the commune," she shouted, her voice rising above the din, a siren call in a storm of anguish. But there was something else in her gaze, a flicker of doubt that gnawed at the edges of her resolve. The weight of expectation pressed down on her like 1,000 stones. I remember the first time we met, her laughter like the chime of broken glass, beautiful yet dangerous. She was a force of nature, a tempest in a world that had forgotten how to storm. I had been drawn to her like a moth to the flame, intoxicated by her passion and fervor for justice, yet terrified of the shadows that loomed behind those bright eyes. "You must understand, Julian," she had said, fingers trembling as she traced the outline of a map. "This is our moment. If we falter now, the darkness will swallow us whole." And then there was Luke, my brother, my anchor in this turbulent sea of revolution. He was a cynic, his laughter laced with bitterness, an armor against the cruelty that life had thrown his way. "Idealism is a luxury for the naive," he would mutter, swirling the dregs of wine in his cup, "but go ahead, dreamers. Build your castles in the air. Yet here he was, standing beside Eloise, his face set in grim determination, as if he had finally found something worth fighting for, despite his belief that nothing could change. The gunfire erupted again, sending shards of panic racing through the streets. I felt it in my bones, the echo of history crashing down around us. The barricades, hastily constructed with furniture and the dreams of thousands, became our fortress against the tide of despair. Each blockade screamed rebellion, but also whispered fragility. Hold the line. I heard Luke shout, and my heart ached at the thought of losing him, of losing us, in this madness. As the fighting intensified, I caught a glimpse of the soldiers, their faces shrouded in the dust of war and fear. Children ran past, their laughter swallowed by the cacophony, a haunting reminder of innocence lost. The clock tower chimed the hour, a cruel metronome marking time in a place where time felt like a cruel joke. The cosmos spun above, indifferent to our plight, while below, the streets became a graveyard for dreams. Eloise, ever the firebrand, was shouting orders, rallying the weary souls around her. I watched her move among them, a beacon in the darkness, igniting hope in the hearts of the despondent. But the cracks were beginning to show. I could see her falter, the weight of the world pressing down on her, threatening to extinguish that bright flame. Eloise! I cried, a plea wrapped in desperation. She turned, eyes wide, the flickering determination battling the shadows of doubt. Julian, if we fail, if we lose this, what is left? Her voice broke, and for a moment, I saw the girl I had met long ago, the one who danced through life with reckless abandon. What will become of us? And in that moment, time stood still. The air thickened, vibrating with the tension of unspoken fears and uncharted futures. I wanted to tell her that we would find a way, that the strength of our convictions would carry us through. But the truth, my truth, was a fragile thing, barely a whisper against the roar of chaos. Luke stepped forward, eyes darkened by the weight of his own battles. We make our own fate, Eloise. Not by dreams but by blood and sacrifice. This is our choice. There was a fierce pride in his voice mingled with an edge of resignation, as if he stood at the precipice of hope and despair, ready to leap into the abyss. The ground trembled as cannon fire ripped through the air, a reminder that our sanctuary was shifting, that we were all but pawns in a game much larger than ourselves. The shadows lengthened, creeping in, threatening to devour us whole. Each moment felt like a heartbeat lost, a breath stolen in the chaos. The city was alive, pulsing with fear and hope, love and loss, a kaleidoscope of human experience bursting into color and pain. Together, I whispered, the word barely escaping my lips, a promise to the universe, a tether to all that I held dear. I reached for Eloise, my fingers brushing against hers, a fleeting connection that ignited the embers of determination in my chest. We fight together. And there it was, a spark. She met my gaze, and though doubt still swirled in her eyes, something shifted, something unspoken that wove us together in that moment. The world outside faded, just a little. We were not just fighting for the commune anymore. We were fighting for each other, for every heartbeat that echoed in the barricaded streets, for every breath taken in defiance of the darkness looming beyond. Together, we would stand or fall, but we would not break. The gunfire raged on, the cries of the wounded mingling with the sounds of hope, and as the shadows danced around us, I felt the universe shift, as if the very cosmos conspired in our favor. Time was an illusion, a fragile thread tying us to this moment, and as I held Eloise's gaze, I knew we would face whatever came next, together, intertwined in the relentless chaos of a world on fire. And so we stood, warriors in a time of reckoning, hearts pounding against the relentless tide of despair, ready to embrace whatever fate had in store for us. The night pressed in, black and heavy, but the dawn was coming, and we would rise with it, or we would fall. And in that moment, I understood, there were no easy choices, only the weight of our humanity, raw and exposed, pulsing against the unforgiving backdrop of revolution. The air hung thick with anticipation as darkness enveloped the city of Paris, heavy and suffocating. A distant rumble, like thunder rolling through the heavens, echoed ominously. But it wasn't the storm that sent shivers down my spine, it was the chaos of the day. The sounds of cannon fire clawed at my ears, a stark reminder that the war was no longer just a distant thought, it was here, breathing, pulsating, and demanding our attention. I stood at the window, my heart hammering in my chest, watching the flickering shadows dance across the cobblestones below. I remember the moment when the first cannon exploded, a flash of light that painted the night sky a hellish orange, illuminating the faces of the frightened citizens. Among them was Antoine, a man burdened not just by the weight of war but by the turmoil within. His eyes, usually filled with a spark of mischief, were now dulled by the spectre of loss. He had left for the front lines with dreams of valor, only to return with a heart shattered and haunted by the echoes of yesterday. "Do you hear that?" he whispered as I turned to face him, his voice trembling with unspent fear. I wanted to scream, to tell him it would be okay, but the words caught in my throat, the truth too bitter to swallow. I had watched my brother march off to battle, promising to return with tales of heroism. Instead, he had come back a ghost, a mere shadow of the man who had once laughed so freely. The city, once a vibrant tapestry of life and laughter, was now cloaked in a shroud of despair. I remember the days when we would stroll along the Seine, the sun warming our skin, our laughter mingling with the sound of flowing water. Now, the river felt like a lifeline pulling us towards an uncertain abyss. With each passing hour, the shadows grew longer, and the silence became a deafening roar in our ears. Marie, my sister, stood in the corner, her hands trembling as she stitched together scraps of fabric. I could see the determination on her face, the fierce desire to bring a semblance of normalcy to our fractured home. "I can't stand it," she muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. "Each stitch pulls together the remnants of a life that feels so far away." The fabric was a patchwork of memories, each piece a reminder of what we had lost, our laughter, our dreams, our future. The war was merciless, devouring everything in its path. I remember standing in the market, where the once vibrant colors of fresh produce had wilted into muted shadows. The faces of vendors had turned grim, their smiles replaced by the grimace of survival. The scent of bread lingered like a ghost, taunting us with fleeting memories of feasts long past. People whispered in hushed tones about the soldiers, their bodies reduced to statistics, mere numbers on a ledger of despair. "Do you think they know how much we suffer?" Antoine mused one night, the candle flickering between us, casting our faces in stark relief. "Do they hear our cries? Do they care?" His voice cracked, raw and bleeding. I wanted to reach out, to pull him back from the edge of his despair, but how could I when I felt the same? Each word fell like a stone, heavy and unyielding. I could sense Marie's eyes on us, the weight of her worry pressing upon us. She had taken on the role of the family matriarch, a role she never asked for, yet one she wore like a cloak. "We cannot let despair consume us," she insisted, her voice a fragile thread of hope. But the truth was, despair was a cunning predator, stalking us, lurking in the corners of our minds, whispering sweet nothings that felt all too real. The war dragged on, its tendrils reaching deep into our lives, suffocating the light. I remember the day the news arrived, our neighbor, the kind old man who had shared his stories of youth, was found lifeless, a victim of the unending conflict. The streets were hushed, a collective breath held in disbelief. We gathered in silence, the weight of grief heavier than the soldiers' uniforms that filled the streets. "Why are we not fighting?" Antoine asked, anger flaring within him, a flame that threatened to consume us all. "Why are we just waiting for the storm to pass?" His fists clenched, his body taut with rage. I understood his frustration, but all I could feel was the numbing cold of reality creeping in. We were not warriors, we were the forgotten, left behind to pick up the pieces of shattered lives. Marie's voice broke through the fog of despair. "We fight in our own way," she said, her eyes fierce with determination. "We hold on to each other, we remember those who fought and fell. That is our rebellion." I remember the warmth of their hands in mine, the unyielding bond that felt almost sacred against the backdrop of chaos. In that moment, I realized we were not just survivors, we were the flame that refused to flicker out, even in the darkest of nights. But the weight of the world bore down on us, and I could see it in their eyes, each unspoken fear, each heartache, like ghosts haunting our every breath. The clock on the wall ticked ominously, each second a reminder of the relentless march of time, mocking us with its persistence. The war continued to rage, the city gripped in a vice of uncertainty. I thought of the future, a blurred image, a dream once vibrant now washed in shades of grey. I looked at Antoine, at Marie, and the love we shared felt like a fragile thread, ready to snap. But we would not break. Not yet. Not while the heart still beat, while breath still mingled in the air, heavy with unshed tears. We would hold on to our memories, to each other, as the world around us crumbled. In the shadows of despair, we would find our defiance, our strength. And with it, we would rise, not as warriors on the battlefield but as the quiet fighters of our own destiny. The night deepened, wrapping us in its eerie embrace, the distant echoes of war a chilling reminder of our reality. But even in the darkest hour, I felt a flicker of hope. I would not let the darkness consume us, I would not let the war take away our essence. We would endure, together, our hearts beating as one in the face of devastation, shadows, and light intertwined as the world spiraled into chaos. And so we waited, braced against the storm, the air thick with the weight of unspoken words. Our memories would be our battle cry, our love a shield against despair. The war may ravage the land, but it would never conquer us. As long as the sun set and rose again, as long as our hearts remained entwined, we would fight, our story echoing through the corridors of time. The air hung heavy like the aftermath of a thunderstorm, thick with the scent of ash and despair. It clung to the skin, an oppressive cloak that cast shadows deeper than the night itself. A lone flicker of a dying street lamp punctuated the darkness, illuminating the jagged remnants of what once was. Somewhere in Paris, a heartbeat echoed, steady, insistent, yet trembling on the verge of fracture. I remember the silence that screamed like a banshee, where laughter once danced through cobblestone streets. The facades of buildings stood like ghosts, their windows shattered, hollow eyes gazing into the void where life fled. The world had tilted on its axis, and in its wake, it had left us, lost, broken, holding the shards of our existence like sharp, painful secrets. Margot crouched beside a fallen statue, her fingers brushing against the cool stone, tracing the lines of a face long since worn away by time and tragedy. She had come to Paris searching for beauty, but found only a shattered mosaic of memories. Her heart ached like a wound reopened, the scars of loss etched deep into her soul. She clutched a faded photograph to her chest, the image of a smiling child, eyes bright with innocence. "I'm sorry," she whispered to the wind, as if it could carry her apology to the heavens, as if they could hear her lament. And then there was Julien, standing at the edge of the Seine, staring into the murky depths as if they held the answer to all his questions. The water rippled under the weight of his thoughts, dark and turbulent, mirroring the tempest within him. He wore guilt like a shroud, each breath a reminder that he had survived when others had not. "Why?" he muttered, his voice cracking, a desperate plea to the universe. "Why am I still here?" The city had crumbled around him, yet he was anchored by the chains of the living, chains that bit into his skin, a reminder of the dreams he could no longer chase. I remember the first tremors of panic, the jarring realization that everything could change in an instant. The laughter transformed into screams, the colors into grays, and the love, oh, the love turned bitter like a ghost haunting every corner. There were whispers of hope drifting through the ruins, some said the city would rise again, but how could it? How could broken hearts rebuild when every stone felt like a tombstone marking lost futures? Margot and Julien's paths crossed amidst the rubble, two souls drawn together by the gravity of grief. She looked into his eyes, searching for understanding, for a flicker of light in the darkness. "I thought I had come to find something," she said, her voice trembling like the leaves in the cold breeze. "But I think I've only found emptiness." Julien's heart ached at her words, an echo of his own. "We're all searching for something," he replied, the weight of his own loss hanging heavily in the air. "But sometimes, it feels like all we find is the wreckage of who we used to be." I remember the way the shadows lengthened, creeping along the ground, as if trying to snatch them back into despair. Time lost its meaning in the aftermath, each second stretching into eternity, each moment a reminder of what had been lost. Yet amid the chaos, a strange camaraderie formed. They found solace in shared pain, in the silence between their words, like two ships adrift in a stormy sea. As night fell, a flicker of defiance ignited within the wreckage, a candle, stubbornly refusing to be extinguished. Marga lit it, the flame dancing like a beacon against the encroaching darkness. "It's small," she said, her voice barely a whisper, "but it's something." Julian watched, transfixed, as if the flickering light dared to pierce the shadows, to unveil a path through the despair. "Maybe," he said, the hope in his voice fragile yet unmistakable, "maybe we can rebuild. Not the city, not the past, but something new." I remember the hesitant smiles, broken yet beautiful, like flowers pushing through concrete. They stood together, two silhouettes against the backdrop of the moonlit ruins, the remnants of Paris whispering secrets around them. They were not alone, they had each other, and that connection became a lifeline, a fragile thread woven between fractured hearts. But the darkness has a way of creeping back in, whispering doubts that coil around the mind like ivy. Margot felt the ghosts of her past tugging at her, pulling her back into the depths of her sorrow. "What if it's all just a dream?" she asked, her voice tremulous. "What if I wake up to find it's all still ashes?" Julian, too, fought against the tide of despair swirling within him. "Then we'll dream again," he said, his voice strong, unwavering. "We have to believe that tomorrow can be different. That rebuilding doesn't mean forgetting." Time shattered and reformed around them, moments felt infinite yet fleeting. Each heartbeat became a reminder that life persisted, even amid chaos. They stood at the precipice of their own fears, daring to look into the abyss and find a glimmer of hope within. The city around them held its breath, the echoes of the past mingling with the promises of tomorrow. I remember the stars peeking through the blanket of darkness, distant yet close enough to touch. They twinkled like eyes, watching, waiting, urging them to take that first step into the unknown. As dawn approached, painting the horizon with hues of orange and gold, a sense of inevitability settled in the air. Somewhere, a clock began to chime, each toll resonating deep within their souls, marking the passage of time and the fragility of existence. Margot and Julian faced the dawn together, arms intertwined, hearts beating in a rhythm only they could understand. The shadows around them whispered, but the light was stronger now, illuminating the path ahead. The city would recover, they would recover, and even amid the ruins, life would bloom again. And in that moment, as the sun broke through the clouds, they felt the weight of the world lift ever so slightly, the promise of a new beginning lingering in the air. Time, like the city, was not finished yet, this was only the beginning. The air hung thick with despair, the kind that seeps into your bones and weighs heavy on your heart. The sun had long since retreated, leaving only shadows that whispered of dread. In a dimly lit room, the flickering candle cast erratic shapes on the wall, dancing like the souls trapped within. I could smell the acrid scent of fear mingling with the fading sweetness of desperation. The clock ticked loudly, a relentless reminder of time slipping through our fingers, each second a heartbeat closer to inevitable doom. In the corner, seated on a rickety chair, Ilse clutched a crumpled letter, her knuckles white and trembling. I watched her, a kaleidoscope of emotion swirling in her emerald eyes, stormy and wild. Today was the day she would find out whether her brother, a prisoner in a camp far from home, still breathed in this world. Every tick reverberated in the silence, amplifying the weight of her hope and the fear clawing at her insides. I remember how she asked me to read the letter, her voice barely a whisper, breaking like fragile glass. "Do you think he's alive?" she asked, the question a knife to my heart. I wanted to shield her from the truth, as if denial could shield us all. Across the room, Otto paced, a caged animal reluctant to admit what was happening outside. His shoulders were tense, his dark hair falling into his eyes, hiding the turmoil that raged within. He was a man caught between the horror of the present and the weight of his past, grappling with decisions he'd made in desperate times. Each step reverberated in the silence, a reminder of the suffocating grip the occupation had on our lives. The German policies, they were more than just rules, they were chains binding us, a noose tightening around our throats. "Ilse, we can't live like this," he said, his voice strained, barely a breath above the thunderous ticking. "We have to do something." I watched as Ilse flinched at his words, as if they were a slap across her face. I remember the way she stood up, her courage shining through the veil of despair. "What are we supposed to do?" "Fight against ghosts." The shadows seemed to whisper back, mocking her bravery. Otto's hands clenched into fists, nails biting into his palms. We can't just sit here waiting for death to come knocking. He was a man of action, a man who believed in the flicker of rebellion, even in the face of overwhelming darkness. But rebellion had a price, and he knew it all too well. Rebellion? I whispered, the word tasting like ashes on my tongue. Against what? Policies crafted to break us, designed to erase us? They stamp our existence with indifference. Outside, the distant echoes of boots marching, a grim reminder of the iron grip of the occupiers. They moved with a precision that chilled my bones, a mechanical dance of power devoid of humanity. I watched Ilsa's face pale, her spirit flickering like the dying flame of the candle. The policies, they were insidious. They reached into our lives, uprooting families, extinguishing hope. I remember the night they rounded up the men, the shouts, the screams that echoed long into the night. The waters of history were stained red, and we were left to navigate the murky depths, gasping for air. Ilsa, I promise I'll find him, Otto vowed, his eyes igniting with determination, but shadows lingered just beyond the edge of his resolve. We have to act. There are others, people who want to fight back. She turned to him, her voice wavering, a delicate thread fraying at the edges. And what if you don't return? What if you become one of the ghosts we're fighting against? Their eyes locked, and in that moment, I felt time dissolve, the air thick with unspoken fears and the weight of choices yet to come. I wanted to scream, to tear down the walls of this suffocating reality and let the light pour in. But the darkness was palpable, wrapping its fingers around our throats, suffocating hope. The tension swelled, wrapping around us like a noose. I could feel the way my heart raced, a frantic drum echoing in the silence. Ilsa, I said, my voice raw and trembling, if we don't do something, we'll be ghosts too, forgotten in the annals of history. The candle sputtered, shadows dancing widely across the room, and for a fleeting moment, I saw the flicker of acceptance in her eyes. It terrified me. What if I lose you both? Her voice was a fragile whisper, barely breaking the weight of despair. In that haunting silence, I remember the flicker of determination igniting within us, a fragile connection, a thread weaving us together against the encroaching darkness. Otto took a step closer to her, their breaths mingling, the air thick with promise and fear. We move together, or not at all, he said, and there was a raw honesty in his voice that cut through the despair, a lifeline thrown into the abyss. Outside, the sounds of marching grew louder, drowning out the whispers of hope in our hearts. I could feel the walls closing in, the weight of decisions pressing down on my chest. We were being watched, the weight of eyes heavy upon us, scrutinizing our every move. And then it dawned on me, the realization that even in the darkest of nights, the stars still flickered above, eternal witnesses to our struggles. We can't let them erase us, I said, the words spilling out like water from a dam, fierce and unyielding. Our stories matter, even if they don't. Ilsa nodded, her resolve hardening, the flicker of a flame igniting deep within her. Then we write our own story, she declared, her voice rising above the cacophony of fear. We become the ghosts they cannot silence. As the shadows lengthened, I could feel the pulse of our determination thrumming beneath the surface, ready to burst forth, ready to ignite flames that would push back against the darkness. The policies, the administration, they could never extinguish the fire of our spirit. The tension reached a fever pitch, an unbreakable bond forming between us, a pact sealed in the quiet chaos of the moment. We would rise, together, our hearts intertwined with the pulse of a rebellion yet to be fought, our spirits refusing to be extinguished. And outside, the boots marched on, but we would not let them take away our light. The darkness may have swallowed so much, but within the confines of that small room, hope flickered fiercely, a beacon against the oppressive night as we prepared to step into the storm. The time was now, and the ghosts would not be forgotten. The fight was just beginning. The air crackled with tension, sharp and electric, as the clock tower struck midnight. It wasn't just the hour, it was the heartbeat of a city on the brink, each chime reverberating through the cobblestone streets like an omen. Shadows danced on the walls, flickering in the dim light of oil lamps, whispering secrets of despair and defiance. In this moment, in the heart of Frankfurt, the world hung suspended, teetering on the precipice of surrender. I stood there, my breath trapped in my throat, watching as figures cloaked in the heavy drapery of surrender gathered at the city center. The weight of history pressed down on my chest. I could feel it, the pulse of those who had come before, the fearful murmurs of the townsfolk swirling around me like a storm. What do we do now? What do we do? It was a question no one could answer, echoing through the crowd with a grim certainty. Across the square, Anton stood, his shoulders hunched, a young man with dreams crushed under the heel of war. I could see his fists clenched tight, the knuckles white with rage. He had fought with every fiber of his being, not just for his country, but for the ghosts of those he loved, his father, a soldier lost to the chaos, and his sister, whose laughter now haunted him like a distant memory. "There must be something we can do," he shouted, his voice cracking, desperate and raw. The tension was palpable, vibrating like the strings of a bow drawn taut. I felt it, too, the suffocating hopelessness that wrapped around us all. I remembered why I was here, how history had shaped me into a witness of this moment. The Treaty of Frankfurt loomed large, a monstrous spectre that threatened to devour the flickering light of hope. But where there was darkness, there was also the flicker of rebellion. Then there was Elise, her spirit a tempest of emotions, a fierce woman, molded by loss, who wore her heart like a battle standard. She grasped Anton's arm, her eyes fierce with determination. "We cannot let them take away what is ours." The fire in her voice ignited something deep within me. I wanted to believe in the power of their defiance. "We cannot bow to tyrants," she insisted, her voice cutting through the despair like a blade. "But how do you fight a war waged not just with weapons, but with treaties, with ink and parchment?" I could see Anton's resolve wavering, the fire in his eyes dimming as the weight of surrender pressed upon him. "They'll take our land, our homes," he whispered, the reality of their impending defeat crashing down like a tidal wave. His dreams, once vibrant as the banners flying high, now lay in tatters beneath the boots of invaders. I remember the tales of valor, whispered around fires, tales of brave souls who faced down armies with nothing but their will and the strength of their convictions. But this was different. This was a surrender that felt like death, a quiet capitulation that smothered dreams in silence. "Elise," Anton's voice was quiet now, as if speaking too loudly might shatter the fragile thread of hope still binding them together. What if we have to accept this?" The words hung in the air, heavy and bitter, like the remnants of a meal long forgotten. "No," she replied fiercely, shaking her head as if to dislodge the very notion. "We can't, we won't let them erase us. What will we be without our pride?" Pride. It was a word that echoed through the annals of history, draped in the blood of the brave and the fallen. I could feel it, a visceral yearning to be seen, to stand against the tide of despair that threatened to wash us all away. The weight of choices loomed large, the terms of surrender laid bare before us like a trap, waiting to ensnare the unwary. In that moment, as the shadows closed in, I saw the ghost of hope flicker in their eyes. I remembered my own heart, which still beat with the fire of 1,000 dreams, each thump a reminder that the night was never truly dark. "What if we become the stories?" I whispered, more to myself than to them. "What if we reshape history, even in surrender?" Elise turned to me, her expression softening, the flames of her conviction rekindling. "Stories? You think they'll remember? In a world that wants to forget?" "Yes," I exclaimed, the fervor rising in my chest. "What if this treaty, this surrender, becomes our canvas? We mark it with our resilience, our defiance. They cannot erase our stories." For a heartbeat, the world held its breath. The night, shrouded in uncertainty, seemed to shimmer with possibility. Anton's eye sparked with a flicker of hope, a silvery thread woven into the dark fabric of surrender. "Then let's write it, Elise. Let's write our own story." But as the clock chimed again, reminding us of time slipping away, I felt the shadows creep closer. The terms of surrender were more than a document, they were an invocation of despair, a promise that would haunt us long past this night. What would we become if we surrendered not just our land, but our very essence? The weight of the unspoken loomed above us, a spectre that refused to relinquish its hold. We were caught in the crossfire of choice, our lives hanging in the balance, as the ink dried on an agreement that would shape the future. And then, as if the darkness itself had heard our resolve, the air thickened. The crowd around us grew restless, the murmurs escalating into a chorus of fear. "They're coming," someone shouted, and the panic spread like wildfire. The night was alive now, crackling with the intensity of our choices, the precipice looming before us, ready to swallow all that we held dear. In that moment, I felt the pulse of history beneath my feet, a reminder that even in surrender, we were not powerless. Heartbeats quickened, breaths quickened, and I knew this was only the beginning. As we stood together, defiance burning in our souls, we were no longer just witnesses. We were the architects of our fate, the storytellers of our truth. And as the shadows closed in, I held on to that flicker of hope, knowing that the night was far from over. The terms of surrender might bend us, but they would never break us. The ink might stain our hearts, but it could never erase our stories. Not now, not ever. The clock strikes midnight, and the air pulses with the weight of unspoken fears. In the shadows of the cobblestone streets of Strasbourg, the moon hangs low, casting a ghostly light over the twisted alleys. I stand there, heart racing, skin prickling as if the very cobbles beneath me whisper tales of betrayal. The past clings to the walls, each stone soaked in blood and sorrow. The tension is palpable, thick enough to cut with a knife. I remember the smell of smoke, the echoes of gunfire, memories that twist and coil around my throat like a noose. Henri walks beside me, face set like stone, eyes reflecting a storm of emotions. A sense of urgency flares in his chest. He clenches his fists, knuckles white, and I can see the conflict raging in him. "We cannot let them take it again," he says, his voice barely above a whisper, raw and jagged. He looks at me, searching for strength, and I see the flicker of desperation. This land, this cursed Alsace-Lorraine, has become a battleground of identities, a crucible of lives shattered and rebuilt, like a phoenix that refuses to rise. Then there's Elise. Her laughter once danced through these streets, a melody of carefree youth. Now, it's replaced by a hollow echo, a reminder of everything lost. She stands at the edge of the square, her eyes glazed over, lost in memories of summers that were not tainted by war. "What does it matter?" she murmurs, her voice thick with sorrow. "They've taken everything, our homes, our love, our dreams." The words pierce through the night, weighted with inevitability. I remember the first time I saw her, twirling in a field under a sky painted with stars. Freedom flowed in her veins, but now, those stars seem dim, swallowed by clouds of despair. I want to reach out, to tell her that there's still hope buried beneath the rubble, but I'm terrified that my words will shatter the fragile hope she clings to. The walls of our lives are crumbling, and with every passing day, it feels like we are drowning in the weight of loss. The clamor of boots echoes in the distance, a chilling reminder of the soldiers who march through our streets, claiming our land as their own. "They don't see us, Henri," I shout, voice trembling, the anger surging like a wave. "We're just shadows in their grand design." He nods, but his gaze drifts away, lost in the cacophony of despair. I feel it too, this grating sense of helplessness that gnaws at my soul. The clock strikes again, a grim reminder of time slipping away. It's a cruel joke played by fate, a reminder that all we hold dear hangs by a thread. Why do they want us? Elise's question hangs in the air, sharp and piercing. Why can't they leave us be? Her sorrow echoes in my chest, a hollow drumbeat that resonates with our shared pain. I want to scream out an answer, but the truth is a bitter pill, stuck in my throat. With every tick of the clock, the world outside darkens, shadows creeping closer, threatening to engulf us whole. The soldiers march on, their uniforms a stark contrast against the night, a tapestry of power and fear. I think of my father, who once stood proud in this very place, arms stretched wide as if to embrace the world. "They will never stop," he would say, "until they have taken everything." And now, his words haunt me, echoing like a ghost that refuses to depart. "Do you hear that?" Henri's voice breaks the silence, tense and charged. We strain our ears, and the distant sound of voices rises like a tide, filling the air with dread. My heart thunders in response, a wild creature desperate to escape. The soldiers are coming, and we are nothing but pawns in a game too vast to comprehend. I grip Elise's hand, feeling her tremble, and in that moment, I know we are bound by something deeper than fear. It is love, raw and unyielding, refusing to be snuffed out by the chaos around us. "What do we do?" she asks, a desperate plea wrapped in fragility. The words hang between us, a question that feels insurmountable. I want to tell her we'll fight, that we'll rise from the ashes together. But I can only nod, my heart heavy with the weight of uncertainty. The streets are alive now, a cacophony of emotions. I can see the flicker of torches in the distance, the light casting long shadows that seem to reach for us, clawing at our sanity. "They'll come for us," Henri says, determination igniting in his eyes. But we are not ghosts. We are flesh and blood. Each word is a fire, a spark igniting within me. I think of the sacrifices, the lives lost on this cursed land, of families torn apart by the relentless grip of invasion. I remember the laughter of children that once echoed through these streets, now replaced by the heavy silence of despair. "We are Alsace," I whisper, feeling the words wrap around us like a cloak of defiance. And we will not be silenced. As the soldiers draw near, the air grows thick with anticipation. I hold Elise tighter, feeling her warmth bleed into me, a lifeline amid the uncertainty. In this moment, it's as if time stands still. The world fades away, and all that exists is us, three souls intertwined, fighting against the tides of fate. In the heart of chaos, we stand together, bound by love and defiance, our hearts beating in unison as the night swallows us whole. Shadows dance around us, and I realize they carry the weight of our history, the history of Alsace-Lorraine. It is a history marred by division yet rich in resilience, whispers of a land that refuses to be forgotten. And as the soldiers approach with their ominous chants, a sense of clarity washes over me. Our fight is not against them, but for us. For the memories we have forged, the dreams we still hold. We are not merely a border, not a pawn in their game. We are the heartbeat of a land that will not yield, never surrender. The confrontation awaits, but the battle is more than physical. It is in every breath we take, each heartbeat that resounds with hope, echoing through the darkness. And as we stand on the precipice of the unknown, I know, this is only the beginning of a struggle that has no end. The fight for Alsace-Lorraine will stretch beyond the boundaries of land. It will shape our souls, tether us to the past, and ignite a future that is yet unwritten. And so, as the night deepens, we brace ourselves for what is to come, hearts intertwined, and resolve solidified, waiting for the moment when history will demand its reckoning. The clock struck midnight, but the streets of Strasbourg pulsed with a frenetic energy that belied the hour. Shadows danced beneath the cobblestones, weaving a tapestry of history that whispered secrets of old, of battles fought, of treaties signed. I stood there, heart racing, my breath a cloud in the crisp night air, feeling the weight of the past press against my chest. It was a moment pregnant with the ghosts of Franco-German relations, every heartbeat echoing the unsteady pulse of a fragile unity. I remember the way Marie's eyes flickered with a mix of hope and despair, the light from the nearby street lamp casting an ethereal glow on her face. She was a historian, her life a mosaic of dusty tomes and passionate lectures, yet tonight, she felt like a lost child in a labyrinth of her own making. "They think they can rewrite history," she whispered, her voice trembling, "but you can't erase the scars." Then there was Lucas, a soldier, his uniform a stark reminder of a past that still haunted him. A war that ended but never truly disappeared. His hands, calloused and weary, gripped a half-empty bottle of wine, the liquid sloshing around like the turbulent memories he couldn't escape. "You think one handshake can fix this?" he barked, his anger raw and real, the bitterness in his tone cutting through the night air like a blade. "You can't just put a band-aid on a wound that festers for generations." The tension between them crackled, a storm ready to unleash its fury. I could feel it in my bones, the heavy silence stretching between them, binding them in a shared grief, an unarticulated understanding of the weight they carried on their shoulders. The centuries of animosity, the wars that had torn families apart, and yet, there was love, too, like a stubborn weed that refused to die. "Why can't you see, Lucas?" Marie's voice was breaking, her passion igniting the air between them. "We are not our ancestors. I refuse to let their hatred dictate my life." She was fierce, a wildflower growing against the odds, and yet I could see the cracks in her armor, the fear of the future pressing against her heart like a vice. "Love doesn't pay the bills, Marie," he shot back, eyes blazing, the walls he built around his heart trembling. "What happens when the treaties crumble? When the politicians play their games? We're just pawns on a chessboard." The bitterness was palpable, a bitter fruit that had grown from the seeds of historical trauma. I stood frozen in that moment, the weight of their words crashing against me like a tidal wave, the violence of their emotions leaving bruises on my soul. Memories sliced through me, images of tanks rolling through streets, the cries of children echoing in the night, laughter turned to screams, love turned to loss. The scars ran so deep that they were etched not just in flesh, but in the very fabric of their beings. I remember, Marie's voice softened, becoming a prayer that hung in the air like a promise. I remember when my grandmother told me stories of her youth, of love blooming amidst the ashes of war. She believed in a world where we could overcome the darkness. Lucas scoffed, but I saw the flicker of vulnerability in his eyes, the longing for a connection that had been shattered long ago. "Your grandmother was naive. We're living in the ruins of her dreams." "Maybe," she replied, her voice fierce yet trembling, "but only because we refuse to believe in something better. We keep repeating the same mistakes, trapped in this cycle of anger and regret." The shadows of the past loomed large, but in that moment, amidst the chaos of emotions, I dared to dream of a different future. The city around us thrummed with the heartbeat of change, distant laughter mixing with sorrow, as if the very earth beneath our feet longed to heal the rift that divided us. A siren wailed in the distance, a ghostly reminder of the ever-present spectre of violence, and the air thickened with unspoken words, heavy with the weight of history. I could feel the deep root of their conflict spiraling around me, twisting tighter, as if the very ground was conspiring to choke out the hope that flickered between them. Then the confrontation arrived, an inevitable force, like a tempest ready to break. "What do you want, Marie?" Lucas demanded, voice low but charged with intensity. "Do you want to erase my pain? To erase the reality of what we faced?" "No," she cried, desperation spilling from her lips like blood from an open wound. "I want to acknowledge it. To remember, yes, but also to make a choice. To choose each other over the pain." The tension hung in the air, thick like fog rolling through a haunted moor, and in that moment, the past and future collided. Time seemed to stand still, the cosmos holding its breath, waiting for resolution. I could feel the pulse of the city, the ancient stones beneath our feet whispering tales of resilience and rebirth. And as I watched Marie and Lucas teeter on the brink of understanding, I felt the weight of history shift, just for a heartbeat. A single tear slipped down Marie's cheek, glistening like a star in the void, and Lucas faltered, the walls around his heart trembling. In that instant, a flicker of hope ignited, a fragile flame that dared to push against the darkness that had held them captive for so long. But just as quickly, the moment shattered. The siren's wail grew louder, and with it, the reality of their world came crashing back. The ghosts of the past had not been exorcised, they lingered, watching, waiting. I felt the weight of it all in my gut, the agony of unresolved conflict, the pain of unfulfilled dreams. As Marie and Lucas stood at the precipice, their emotions swirling around them like a tempest, I knew this was not an ending, it was a pause, a breath held tight, pregnant with potential. And as the clock continued to toll, echoing through the night, I could only hope that one day, they would find their way back to each other. That the shadows wouldn't consume them whole, but instead lead them towards light, towards healing. But tonight, the air was heavy with uncertainty, and the future remained an uncharted territory, a path shrouded in mist, leaving us all to grapple with the haunting question of what would come next. The night was an abyss, a living, breathing entity that swallowed the city whole. Shadows moved like phantoms across damp cobblestones, and the air was thick with the scent of iron, a reminder that blood once soaked these streets. I stood at the edge of the square, my heart hammering, a war drum echoing in the hollow of my chest. They said war was a man's game, but here I was, a woman marked by loss, caught in the wake of history's terrible tide. I remembered the day I lost him, the shriek of the wind as it stole away the last words we shared, my brother, my compass, now just a ghost haunting my memories. Across the square, the flicker of torchlight danced like the last breath of life. I could see him, Gideon, his silhouette firm against the burning remnants of ambition and power, the very ambitions that led us to this forsaken moment. He was a soldier, loyal to a fault, yet as the war raged, the loyalty began to fray. I wanted to scream, to shake him from his stupor, to remind him that the battlefield was not merely a stage for glory but a graveyard for dreams. I remember when he used to laugh, the way it would fill the air like music, but now his eyes were dark pools reflecting the horrors he'd seen, horrors I couldn't even begin to fathom. "Are you ready?" he asked, voice low, haunted. I caught the tremor in his words, the fragility of the bravado he clung to like a lifeline. Ready. The word felt foreign, heavy as lead. For what? More blood? More despair? I couldn't hold back the bitterness that spilled from my lips. I was tired of being strong. Tired of waiting for the worst to swallow me whole. I wanted to rip the veil off this war, expose it for what it truly was, a twisted game of power played by the indifferent, while the rest of us bled. His jaw tightened. This is our chance. This, he paused, gesturing wildly at the chaos around us, this is how we regain control. It's not just about us anymore, it's about the future. The future. That word hung in the air, a fragile promise that seemed to shimmer with the weight of irony. I thought of the children, laughing in the meadows before the thunder of cannons and the stench of death filled their world. I couldn't see a future that didn't echo with cries of the fallen, the relentless beat of grief that played like a dirge in my heart. We're writing our own history, Gideon. But what's history to those who won't live to tell it? The desperation in my voice felt sharp, like knives in the dark. I wanted to reach out, to bridge the chasm that was growing between us, but the night loomed larger, more oppressive. We have to fight, he insisted, fierce, his determination almost palpable, a roaring fire against the chill of despair. If we don't, we'll be nothing. Just ghosts, like everyone else. I saw the truth behind his words, raw and unyielding. Wars don't just kill men, they erode the spirit, leaving behind hollow shells. Gideon had become a vessel for rage, a heart beating, yet empty. I thought of the ghosts, the shadows that danced in the corners of my mind, and I wondered if he saw them too. Or was he too far gone, lost in the fervor of conquest? Suddenly, a scream cut through the night, a piercing sound that shattered the fragile veneer of hope. We both turned, eyes wide, hearts racing. In an instant, the air thickened, the shadows morphed into something monstrous, and the dread coiled in my stomach like a serpent ready to strike. Come on. I grabbed his arm, desperation clawing at my throat. We have to help. But as we ran, I felt the weight of the world dragging me back. Memories flashed before me, our childhood, the laughter that felt like a distant chime, the innocence stolen by the relentless march of power. Each step forward was accompanied by the ghosts of our past, urging me to remember what we once were, and what we could still be. The scene unfolded before us like a grotesque tableau, struggles in the shadows, the bittersweet taste of freedom entwined with the bitterness of betrayal. I could see it all, families ripped apart, dreams ground to dust beneath the boots of soldiers who once bore smiles now twisted into grimace. The price of power. I found myself facing a figure cloaked in darkness, a soldier whose helmet glinted like a predatory eye. There was no mercy in that gaze, only the promise of destruction. My heart pounded in my chest, a drumbeat of dread. Gideon's hand tightened around his weapon, and I felt the tremble of his resolve. Gideon, no! I cried, the words spilling from my lips like a prayer. But the world around us was choking in chaos, and every moment felt steeped in the urgency of decisions that would rewrite our paths. I remember the stars, how they once felt close enough to touch, signifying hopes and dreams. Now, they flickered coldly overhead, indifferent to the human plight below. The cosmos spun on, while we fought our futile battles in the shadows of history. As the confrontation escalated, time fractured. An explosion of sound. A blinding flash. I felt myself slipping away, unmoored from the reality of the moment. In the fray, memories blurred with the present, I could hear my mother's voice, soothing yet distant, reminding me that love, after all, was the greatest rebellion. And then, there was silence. A suffocating stillness that wrapped around me like a shroud. I stood in the ruins of our dreams, a witness to the chaos that had unfolded, and I couldn't help but think, what legacy were we leaving behind? A landscape of scars and blood, or the flickering embers of hope, still burning beneath the ashes? Gideon was gone, lost to the storm that raged within and without. I felt the weight of his absence, a gaping wound in the fabric of my being. The world spun faster, each heartbeat echoing louder, reminding me that this was only the beginning, the first verse of a never-ending tale of power dynamics that would ripple through Europe for generations. The clock ticked on. The past lingered, taunting us with its ghosts. And as I stood there, engulfed in the haunting silence, I realized that the war had only just begun. The sirens wail, cutting through the chilling night like a knife through flesh. In the city square, shadows dance, flickering under the flickering street lamps, their light barely strong enough to pierce the thick veil of uncertainty, a darkness that clings to the air. I remember the way the cobblestone streets glistened with rain, reflecting the fragmented chaos of a world still reeling from the ashes of war. I remember the faces, each one etched with sorrow and defiance, bodies taut with the weight of dreams shattered and the haunting spectre of a future uncertain. Marta stands at the heart of this turmoil, her breath quickening as she clutches a tattered photograph, the only remnant of her brother, lost to the madness of a war that promised glory but delivered only grief. The war had taken everything, her laughter, her home, and now, it seems, it has come for her very soul. She can hear the protests rising like a fervor, a chorus of voices demanding justice, demanding a reckoning with the powers that have consumed them. But what justice is there when the very essence of humanity is stained with blood? She whispers his name, a prayer on her lips, and the syllables twist in her throat like thorns. Across the square, Anton watches the crowd swell with fervor and fear, the energy pulsing through them like electricity. The remnants of his uniform cling to him, an unwelcome reminder of days spent in muddy trenches, where dreams were drowned in despair. He remembers the stench, the cacophony of war, the way hope had twisted into something grotesque. Each step he takes feels heavy with the ghosts of comrades lost, their laughter echoing in the recesses of his mind, a constant reminder of the fragility of life. The weight of their sacrifice presses down on him, a relentless tide that threatens to sweep him away. He sees Marta, her eyes aflame with a haunting mixture of rage and sorrow, and the sight strikes him like a physical blow. They used to talk of the future before it was devoured whole by the spectre of militarism that loomed over their nation, a beast that demanded loyalty and feasted on pride. Now, as he stares into her despair, he understands the cost of that pride. If only they had been louder, more defiant, more willing to stand against the tide. But how do you fight a ghost? The atmosphere thickens, an invisible storm brewing just below the surface. The crowd surges, a living entity, breathing, pulsating, hungry for action. They chant, each syllable a drumbeat against the silence that had long suffocated them. No more war. No more sacrifice. The words roll like thunder, a symphony of desperation echoing through the alleys, bouncing off the walls of buildings that had witnessed too much suffering. It is beautiful and terrifying, a dance of shadows and light, of despair and resolve. Marta's heart races, a wild animal trapped in a cage. She recalls the dreams that had once filled her nights, dreams of a world transformed, of laughter echoing in the streets instead of gunfire. But how can she dream when her heart is anchored in sorrow? She glances at Anton, and in that fleeting moment, she sees a flicker of something, perhaps hope, or perhaps despair reflected back. Their eyes lock, a silent acknowledgement of the pain they share, a bond forged in the fires of loss. But the tension crackles like static in the air as the first stone flies, a harbinger of chaos. Anton's heart lurches. The crowd erupts, a tempest of bodies colliding, fear laid bare, and anger ignited. He feels the primal urge to protect, to fight back against the tide of violence, but there's also a darker whisper, a seductive call to stand down, to retreat back into the shadows where it's safe. But safety had long been an illusion. The night erupts. Smoke fills the air, acrid and choking as the echoes of sirens merge with the frantic cries of the people. Marta finds herself swept up, adrenaline coursing through her veins, every heartbeat echoing the truth she can no longer ignore: they are all in this together. But with each shout, each cry for justice, she feels the fear creeping back in, the shadow of hopelessness lurking at the edges of her resolve. I remember the way the air crackled with anticipation, every heartbeat a countdown to chaos. The faces around me merge into one, a tapestry of pain and fury woven from the fabric of countless lives. It is raw and visceral, a collective scream rising to the heavens, defiant against the weight of history pressing down upon them. The past is not just a whisper, it's a thunderstorm, a constant reminder of the horrors that have come before and threaten to rise again. As the confrontation escalates, Marta and Anton find themselves standing side by side, two hearts caught in the maelstrom, drawn together by the magnetic pull of shared sorrow and unyielding spirit. "What do we do?" she whispers, her voice barely cutting through the chaos. He looks at her, and in that moment, he knows the answer lies not in violence but in this raw, unfiltered humanity that pulses between them. "We stand," he replies, and as they link arms, a spark ignites, a flicker of rebellion against the darkness that has sought to envelop them. The city may be crumbling, a testament to the wounds of war and the scars of nationalism, but in this moment, amidst the chaos and the fury, they remind each other, that they are not just soldiers of despair but architects of a new dream. In the cacophony, they find a rhythm, a heartbeat that echoes through the night, defiant and alive, a pulse that binds them to a future yet unwritten. And the night continues, relentless. Shadows loom, but with every heartbeat, every breath, the flicker of hope grows a little brighter, and the whispers of ghosts become a chorus of promise. As they stand there, amidst the chaos, the confrontation yet to reach its climax, they know one thing: this is not an end, but a beginning, a pulse that will resonate into the dawn, a cry that will not be silenced. The chill of dawn lay heavy in the air, an invisible cloak that wrapped itself around the heart of a city poised on the brink of chaos. Berlin, still shrouded in shadows, held its breath as if the entire world waited to witness the clash of titans, Prussia and France, two nations locked in a deadly embrace. I remember the sound, that harrowing sound, of artillery rumbling like thunder, shaking the very core of existence. It was a warning, a prophecy veiled in smoke and despair, and I stood there, feet planted in the mud of history, trembling with the weight of what was to come. Adelaide, a nurse with dreams too vast for the confines of her corset, knelt over the wounded, each gasp and moan slicing through her heart. She moved with a grace forged from desperation, her hands trembling as they bandaged flesh torn by steel. "If only I could mend their spirits as easily as their wounds," she whispered, her voice barely a thread above the cacophony. Pain radiated from the men around her, a tide of suffering that ebbed and flowed like the very blood pooling beneath her fingers. Yet it was her own heart, split wide open, that hurt the most. She had once believed in glory, in the noble cause that called men to arms. Now, the stench of gunpowder mingled with the sweet scent of decay, and glory felt like a cruel joke. Then there was Heinrich, a soldier with the weight of expectation pressing on his shoulders, as heavy as the rifle he clutched. He was just a boy, really, lost amidst a sea of uniforms, fighting for a cause that felt more like chains than freedom. As he faced the French lines, a distant roar, he thought of his mother, her gentle hands weaving stories of honor and valor. "I remember her voice," he murmured, clutching his weapon tight, "but what is honor when I can't distinguish friend from foe in the fog of war?" Fear crept in, a dark shadow whispering doubts that twisted his heart. Would he return home a hero, or a ghost haunting the corners of his mother's dreams? And there they were, the specters of history, swirling around the battlefield, ghosts of decisions made in smoke-filled rooms where leaders played chess with lives. It was the powerful men, the Bismarcks and Napoleons, who dictated the fates of thousands with a flick of their quills, while the blood of the ordinary spilled like ink on the pages of their grand narratives. What stories will they tell of me? Heinrich wondered, knowing that in the grand tapestry of history, he was just a thread, easily snipped. A quick glance at the horizon revealed the sun, a sullen orb that struggled to break through the clouds, shedding light on the horrors below. But Adelaide was not just a witness, she became the eye of the storm, her resolve a flickering candle against the overwhelming darkness. With each soldier that fell, her heart broke a little more, but in that breaking, she found purpose. "You cannot fight for honor when all you know is pain," she shouted to the heavens, her voice a defiant roar among the whispers of despair. The world outside was ablaze with conflict, but within her, a fire raged, fueled by the injustices that spilled across the battlefield. She would document their stories, every tear and curse, twisting them into the fabric of history so that no one would forget the toll of this war. Night fell, settling like a shroud over the city, and the silence screamed louder than the cannons ever could. The cold seeped into their bones, and dreams turned to nightmares, twisting memories into grotesque parodies of hope. Rumors had spread, of betrayal, of cowardice, of a peace that felt like a distant star, flickering and unreachable. "I remember the laughter," Heinrich said, his voice a fragile thread of nostalgia. "But laughter feels like a distant memory now." He sat in the shadows, haunted by the echoes of men who had once shared dreams and camaraderie. Now, they were but phantoms, their faces twisted into agonizing masks of anguish, lost in a realm of visceral horror. As dawn broke again, the air crackled with tension. The final confrontation loomed, a tempest brewing on the horizon, threatening to engulf them all. Adelaide stood at the edge of the battlefield, heart racing, a pen poised in her hand like a sword. She felt it then, the pulse of history quickening, the very fabric of time trembling as choices awaited their birth. "I will not let them die in vain," she vowed, her voice a fierce whisper that carried over the drums of war. The ground shook beneath her feet, the cries of the wounded rising like a symphony of despair. Each heartbeat echoed in her ears, a reminder of the thin line between life and death, of the stories left untold. And Heinrich, he took a deep breath, tasting the acrid air, feeling time slide between his fingers like grains of sand. "If today is to be my last, let it be in a blaze of defiance," he thought, his pulse matching the rhythm of chaos surrounding him. Desperation and courage entwined in his chest, flames igniting in a heart that once beat in fearful submission. As the army surged forward, the clash of steel and the cries of men converged into a cacophony that cut through the very fabric of existence. It was a moment of reckoning, where every soul became a flickering candle in a storm, and history itself held its breath. What tales would be etched into the annals of time? Would it be of honor or madness? Would the stories of those lost in that harrowing embrace be remembered, or would they fade into silence, mere echoes in the void? In that fragmented reality, the lines between victor and vanquished blurred, and the air was thick with uncertainty. As shadows danced across the battlefield, each character, Adelaide, Heinrich, the soldiers whose names would become footnotes, stood poised on the precipice of history, caught in the whirlwind of their own making. The story pulsed and throbbed around them, an unfinished symphony echoing through the ages, waiting for the next note to be struck, waiting to be told. The sound of gunfire shatters the silence, a discordant symphony that echoes through the hollow desolation of the abandoned city. Fragments of memories cling to the air like smoke, whispering tales of laughter and love, now drowned beneath the weight of echoing despair. I stand there, breathless, as the shadows of the past loom large, haunting every step I take. It feels like a war, where every corner turned may lead to death, and every heartbeat carries the weight of choices unmade. I remember how it used to be. The streets filled with laughter, the warmth of the sun spilling golden light upon the faces of those I loved. Now, the sun hides behind heavy clouds, and the world is suffocated by darkness. I see Clara, her eyes wide with terror, a reflection of my own fear, yet she clings to hope like a lifeline. She always did. In the midst of this chaos, she becomes a fragile beacon, illuminating the shadows that threaten to consume us. She's the artist, the one who once painted dreams on canvas, but now she's reduced to a palette of sorrow, her brushstrokes trembling. "Is it always going to be like this?" she whispers, and her voice is a quiver of vulnerability. I want to tell her that it will end, that the war will eventually fade into memory, but the truth sits heavy in my throat, choking back the words. I can't promise her that. Not when the bullets scream through the night. I take a step forward, my heart a raging storm. The weight of my own guilt is a shackle around my ankles. I remember Marcus, my brother, a man forged in the fires of loyalty and bravery. He was here, fighting beside me, until he wasn't. Now, every day without him is a reminder of what I failed to protect. "You were supposed to watch my back," I whisper into the void, hoping the wind will carry my regret to him. I imagine him looking down, shaking his head, that ironic smile on his lips. "You always did need saving." The remnants of war turn the air thick with despair, but Clara's laughter echoes in my mind, a ghost of what once was. It dances through the ruins, a fragile promise that joy may still flicker in the darkness. I want to hold on to that laughter, to entwine it with my memories, but it's like grasping at shadows. I can't, there's too much at stake. The ghosts of the fallen wander these streets, and I can feel their eyes upon me, piercing and judgmental. Look! Clara points toward the horizon, where a flicker of light breaks the oppressive gloom. It's a beacon, a promise that maybe, just maybe, there's hope on the other side of this horror. But I can't let myself believe. Not yet. The city is a labyrinth of despair, and every turn could lead to another loss. I feel the warmth of her hand in mine, and for a fleeting moment, the world fades, the gunfire becomes distant, and all that exists is us, united against the darkness. But then the ground shakes, and reality comes crashing back. My heart races as I pull Clara close, her breath quickening with fear. It's not safe. I remember the stories we used to read, tales where heroes forged their destinies amid ruin, but this isn't a story. This is the raw, unfiltered truth of war, where choices mean life or death, where survival is the only victory. Stay close, I murmur, feeling the swell of protectiveness flood my veins. She nods, eyes wide, and in her gaze, I see the reflection of my own anguish, a mirror of fear and resolve. We forge ahead, weaving through the remnants of lives that once thrived here, the echoes of laughter and love swallowed by the relentless tide of conflict. The confrontation looms closer, a palpable tension thickening the air. I can hear distant shouts, the clash of metal, the cries of souls caught in the crossfire. It is a cacophony of chaos that pulls at my heart, a siren's call luring me to the edge of despair. I pull Clara behind a crumbling wall, the dust swirling around us like ghosts, and I can almost feel Marcus's presence, urging me to fight, to stand tall. Promise me, if we get out of this, Clara hesitates, her voice breaking, and I see her vulnerability laid bare beneath the scars of war. Promise me we'll paint again. Not just walls, but our dreams. No more darkness. I nod, though the uncertainty gnaws at my insides. I promise, I say, and the weight of that promise is heavy, almost unbearable. But the truth is, I don't know what tomorrow holds. I don't know if we'll see another sunrise, if we'll ever hold a brush again or feel the warmth of laughter echoing through empty halls. All I know is this moment, this breath, this pulse of life that refuses to extinguish. Then the first shot rings out, a jarring pop that cuts through the air like a knife. My heart matches its tempo, a frantic beat urging me to run, to fight, to do something, anything. Clara's grip tightens as we peek around the wall, the world outside morphing into a hellscape, shadows moving with lethal intent. My mind races, piecing together fragments of what could happen next, the clash of bodies, the cries of agony, the overwhelming chaos that threatens to engulf us. Stay low, I hiss, adrenaline coursing through my veins as we creep toward the flickering light, a promise of sanctuary. But every step is weighted with fear, the knowledge that safety is an illusion, as fragile as the canvas Clara once painted her dreams upon. And yet, amidst the dread, I find a glimmer of strength. I remember the artists, the visionaries who carved beauty from chaos. They weren't just warriors, they were dreamers, and in their fight, they found purpose. Perhaps that is why Clara still dreams, because within every brushstroke lies a rebellion against the darkness. We move, hearts pounding, breathless with anticipation. The war rages around us, a tempest of destruction and despair, yet within that storm, I find resilience, a flicker of hope that refuses to be snuffed out. We are not just survivors, we are fighters. We are, in every heartbeat, a testament to the indomitable spirit of humanity. And as we emerge from the shadows, the battle ahead looms large, but we press on. The world may be cloaked in darkness, but together we will paint our way back into the light. The air crackled with a tension thicker than fog, a silence that weighed heavily on the chest, making each breath feel like a betrayal. I stood there, heart pounding, watching the flickering flame of a single candle, its glow standing defiantly against the encroaching darkness. Each flicker was a heartbeat, a reminder of those who once lived, loved, and now lingered as whispers in the wind. Faces crowded around me, dimly lit by the soft light, their eyes reflecting a storm of emotions, grief, anger, hope, each face a chapter from a story too painful to tell, yet impossible to forget. Leah, a woman with a wild mane of curls cascading down her shoulders, clutched a weathered photograph of her brother, Samuel. I could see the ache in her clenched jaw, the way her fingers trembled around the edges of the picture, as if it might dissolve into dust if she loosened her grip. "I remember," she whispered, her voice barely breaking the stillness, "the way he laughed." Her words were fragile and haunting, drifting through the gathering like smoke. It was the kind of laughter that could shatter the weight of the world, yet now it echoed like a ghost in her throat, a bitter reminder of what was stolen. Next to her stood David, a man worn from the weight of memories, haunted by the choices that defined his every waking moment. He had once been the bravest of the brave, but now he was just a shadow of the man he'd been. "I remember," he echoed, voice thick, words scraping against a sorrow that felt insurmountable. "The day they came for us." His eyes were glassy, searching the horizon as if the memories might rise like specters from the ground. "We thought we could fight. We thought we were invincible." A bitter laugh escaped him, raw and broken, a sound that could only exist in the depths of despair. A distant sound broke the silence, the tolling of a bell, each chime a reminder of lives lost, futures shattered. It resonated through the air, weaving around us like an unseen hand, urging us to remember. I felt the weight of the moment settle over the crowd, wrapping us in a shroud of shared grief. As the bell tolled, the flickering candlelight illuminated a canvas of faces, each etched with stories of survival and loss. The memories clung to us like an old coat, heavy and soaked in the rain of our past. "Do you remember the night we hid in the cellar?" Leah's voice broke through the fog, pulling us back into the depths of memory. The screams outside, the pounding on the door, her breath hitched, and I could see her spirit faltering, the wall she built around her heart crumbling, brick by brick. "I thought we would die in there," her voice trailed off, but her eyes carried the weight of 1,000 nights spent in the dark, terror gripping her like a vice. David turned to her, his expression softening, a hint of warmth cutting through the chill of despair. "But we didn't," he murmured, almost gently. "We made it through. We fought. We lived." But the words felt hollow, like a monument built on quicksand. I saw the uncertainty flash in his eyes, the flicker of doubt battling against the resolve he was trying to muster. Had they truly lived, or merely survived? The question hung in the air like a cloud, dark and heavy. And then, as if summoned by our shared pain, a whisper of wind swept through the gathering, extinguishing the candle's flame in an instant. Darkness enveloped us. Gasps erupted, a chorus of surprise that danced with fear. In that moment, I felt the shadows close around me, oppressive and consuming, reminding us of the fragility of light, of hope. I remember, Leah's voice was a tremor, echoing in the absence of the flame, a lighthouse in a storm. I remember the promises we made. Promises made in the face of despair, vows forged in the crucible of pain. We would never forget. The words hung in the air, a solemn oath binding us together, even in the void. The darkness felt alive, pulsating with the weight of those we lost, the ghosts of our past wrapped tightly around us like a shroud. I felt the breath of history on my neck, a cold whisper that sent shivers racing down my spine. "They deserve to be remembered," David said, his voice stealing with a resolve that resonated through the night. "We owe it to them." Time blurred as the night wore on, each passing moment a thread woven into the fabric of our collective memory. I could feel the rhythm of our heartbeats sink, a steady pulse of a community bound by grief, yet somehow united in our resolve to honor those we lost. Leah leaned against David, her body trembling as she wrestled with the weight of her emotions. "What if we forget?" she asked, her voice trembling, raw with vulnerability. "What if we let the world move on without remembering their names? Their stories?" In that question hung the essence of our humanity, a fear so profound that it sank deep, like roots anchoring us to the earth. Memories drifted like leaves in the wind, each one a fragment of the past, and yet we stood there, desperate to gather them, to hold them close, to ensure they wouldn't fade away into the shadows. David reached for Leah's hand, their fingers intertwining, a lifeline in the dark. "Then we remember. We tell their stories. We light candles for them. We keep their spirits alive, even when the world forgets." As he spoke, hope flickered like a nearly extinguished flame, a fragile light that dared to push back the darkness. We shared that moment, the air thick with promise, binding us together in a tapestry of shared sorrow and renewed strength. And all around us, the shadows whispered, carrying the echoes of those we mourned, lives lived, dreams shattered, yet in their memory, we found the power to stand, to fight, to remember. As the bell tolled again, the sound reverberated through the night, a haunting reminder that their stories would live on, woven into the very fabric of our being. The candle flickered back to life, tiny but defiant, and in that moment, the darkness retreated just a little. We were not alone. We were alive, and we would not be forgotten. The air shuddered with the weight of unshed tears, punctuated by the distant crack of gunfire that echoed like thunder across the barren landscape. There, amidst the chaos, I stood frozen, heart hammering, breath caught in my throat, as shadows danced grotesquely against the jagged ruins that were once a thriving city. The night was thick with smoke, but it was the silence that gnawed at my insides, an eerie calm that thrummed with impending dread. I could almost taste the fear, metallic and bitter, swirling like the dust around me. "You can't go back there," whispered Sarah, her voice a mere wisp, drowned out by the cacophony of war. Her eyes, wide and shimmering, told stories of their own, stories of loss, of betrayal, of love fractured like glass. She was the heart of our ragtag group, the one who dared to hope amid despair, yet even now, she quivered like a candle on the brink of extinguishment. "They need us," I replied, though I could hardly recognize the voice that trembled from my lips. The thought of returning to that hell, where I had lost everything, my brother, my spirit, was monstrous, yet I felt the pull. Duty, guilt, it tightened around my chest like a noose, suffocating and inescapable. "Duty doesn't save lives, Caleb," she shot back, her frustration cutting through the haze like a knife. "It destroys them." I remembered the day we had first met, the sun hanging low, casting long shadows over a world that felt alive and full. It wasn't like this then. Back then, we laughed, shared dreams, and planned for futures untainted by brutality. But now, those dreams were ghosts, haunting me in the stillness between gunfire, whispering what ifs that clawed at my sanity. And there was Thomas, leaning against the rubble, a weary soldier with scars etched deep in his flesh and psyche. Every glance he shot my way was a reminder of the pact we had formed, vows of brotherhood forged in fire, now tainted by the weight of unanswered questions. "You've got to pull it together, man," he said, his voice gravelly, like stones rolling down a cliff. "We can't lose you too." But I was already lost, a fragment of myself scattered across the battlefield. Each memory of laughter, of warmth, felt like a cruel joke. I had seen things, horrors that clung to my skin, that whispered in the dark about the fragility of life. The night I'd watched my brother fall, the light dimming in his eyes, an echo of that moment carved into my soul, a wound that refused to heal. "Get ready!" Sarah shouted, the urgency in her tone snapping me back to the present. The world around us was shifting, the ground trembling as footsteps approached. I wanted to ask her what she saw in this madness, what kept her fighting when it felt like the universe was conspiring against us. But the words lodged like stones in my throat. Then, the silence ruptured, gunfire erupting like a storm. My heart raced, pounding a frantic rhythm as I sprinted toward the sound. Each step felt like a betrayal, a dance with death. I could see them, figures swathed in darkness, their intentions clear as they surged forward, and I felt the chill of inevitability creeping in. "Caleb!" Thomas roared, his voice slicing through the haze, grounding me as chaos reigned. He was there, a guardian angel drenched in blood and dirt, and the bond between us shimmered like a fragile thread. But threads can snap. I knew that all too well. "Stay close!" I shouted, the words hanging in the air like a promise I feared I couldn't keep. As we moved through the ruins, every shadow morphed into a spectre of the past. The ghosts of decisions I'd made weighed heavy on my shoulders. I could still hear their laughter, see their faces, those I had failed to protect, and it tore at me. The battle roared like an angry beast, and I ducked as bullets whistled past. Adrenaline coursed through my veins, electrifying, terrifying. Fear turned to rage, a fire igniting in my core. I remembered the lessons we had learned, the strategies honed in dusty classrooms far from the battlefield. But theory melted away under the heat of reality. There was no preparation for this agony, no strategy that could shield the heart from the ache of loss. We pressed forward, the air thick with tension, each corner turned a gamble with fate. I caught a glimpse of Sarah, her determination fierce, face illuminated by the flashes of gunfire. She was my anchor, and I was determined not to let her go. But every heartbeat was a reminder that the war was relentless, that the scales of justice often tipped in blood. Time felt elastic, stretching and warping as we pressed onward. I could hear the clock ticking in my mind, each tick a reminder of what was at stake. Lives. Choices. Futures. The universe stretched vast and uncaring above us, filled with stars that seemed to mock our struggles. Then, in the midst of the storm, the moment crystallized. I turned to Thomas, his face a mask of resolve, eyes fierce with the kind of fire that could spark hope in the darkest corners. For them, he said, and I nodded, the weight of our shared burdens momentarily lifting. In that heartbeat, we became more than soldiers. We were brothers, warriors in a fight that felt eternal. And I clung to that truth like a lifeline, even as we hurtled toward something unknown, a confrontation that loomed like a storm cloud on the horizon. As the chaos crescendoed around us, I felt the world blur, a whirlwind of emotion and sound. I remembered the laughter, remembered the dreams, but now I faced the reality of conflict head-on. We'd learned the lessons of war, but the most profound truths lay not in strategies or tactics, but in the fierce bonds we forged in the fires of adversity. As the shadows enveloped us, time twisted, and I surrendered to the chaos, knowing this fight, this struggle, was far from over. The cannon roared, a deafening sound that shattered the early morning stillness, as if the heavens themselves had cracked open in a violent protest. Smoke curled into the air, twisting like the ghosts of 1,000 dreams extinguished in an instant. Pierre stood frozen on the battlefield, heart pounding like the drums of war that seemed to echo far beyond the horizon. The acrid scent of gunpowder stung his nostrils, mixing with the metallic tang of blood, and for a moment, he could only see shadows, men turned into mere silhouettes, their lives reduced to fleeting moments of breath and despair. "Hold the line," a voice thundered, but it was a voice that felt like a distant echo, swallowed by the chaos around him. Fear gripped him, twisting his stomach into knots, as he remembered the laughter of his son, Henri, before the war claimed him, the innocent giggle that had once filled their modest home with joy, now a cruel reminder of all that was lost. Why, oh why, had he answered the call of duty? He could almost hear Henri's voice, "Papa, don't go." But here he was, ensnared in a nightmare, fighting not just for France but against the very ghosts of his past. And then there was Elise, the fiery spirit who had captured his heart amidst the drudgery of life, a woman whose laughter was a soothing balm to his weary soul. He could picture her now, standing in the doorway, hands on her hips, eyes blazing. "If you go, Pierre, don't expect me to wait for you." Her words, a challenge and a curse, hung in the air like a haunting melody. He had thought he was fighting for her, for their future, but now, in this cacophony of despair, he questioned everything. What future? What love could survive the brutality of war? "Where are you, Elise?" he whispered, the words lost in the turmoil around him. Each heartbeat felt like a countdown, a ticking clock that echoed in his ears. Time, so precious, yet so cruel, slipping away like grains of sand through desperate fingers. He was not just fighting against the Prussian army, he was battling against the very essence of loss, against the specters of dreams he dared not face. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the battlefield, turning the blood-soaked earth into a grotesque canvas of red and gold. Pierre felt the weight of history pressing down on him, as if the very ground was alive with the memories of those who had come before. Generations had fought here, leaving their scars etched deep into the soil. The echoes of their cries mingled with the sounds of cannon fire, a macabre symphony that filled him with both dread and a strange sense of purpose. Was he just another pawn in a game played by kings, or was there something more? In another corner of the battlefield stood Karl, a Prussian soldier caught in the same storm of emotion, his heart heavy with the burden of duty. He remembered the warmth of his mother's embrace, how she had held him close, whispering tales of glory and honor. But now, as he aimed his rifle at the enemy, he felt nothing but hollow echoes of the past. He was a cog in the machine, a participant in a larger narrative that felt foreign and grotesque. Each shot fired felt like a betrayal, not just against the enemy, but against himself. "Why are we here?" he muttered, barely audible over the cacophony. The rifle trembled in his hands, reflecting his inner turmoil. He had dreams of a life beyond the war, of returning home to his beloved Clara, whose laughter danced through his mind like a forgotten song. He could still see her, standing at the window, hair flowing like golden wheat in a summer breeze. But now, those dreams seemed to fade like the smoke that hung in the air, dissipating into nothingness. With every passing moment, the battlefield morphed into a surreal nightmare, the line between enemy and ally blurring into insignificance. Pierre and Karl, unaware of each other's struggles, were bound by a shared fate, a fate crafted in the crucible of conflict that would soon shape the very world they inhabited. Each gunshot was a heartbeat, every wound a memory carved into their souls, ghosts that would haunt them long after the last cannon had fallen silent. And as night fell, casting an ominous shadow over the chaos, Pierre found himself alone, lost in the echoes of the past, haunted by the faces of those he loved and those he had lost. The stars twinkled like distant promises, but they felt cold and cruel, a reminder of the dreams that hung by a thread, waiting to be severed. "Tomorrow," he whispered into the darkness, "tomorrow, I will fight." But would it be for France? For Elise? Or simply to silence the ghosts that threatened to consume him? The answers slipped through his fingers like the fading light, and with each breath, he felt the weight of the world pressing down, as if the cosmos itself conspired against him, urging him toward a fate he could neither foresee nor escape. In that moment, under the vastness of a starlit sky, everything shifted, the boundary between life and death, hope and despair, love and loss, all intermingled in a dance as old as time itself. Pierre felt a flicker of determination ignite within him, a fire that might just burn bright enough to cut through the darkness. But the truth lingered, heavy and uncomfortable. This war would not only change the faces of nations, it would reshape the hearts and souls of those who dared to live through it. As the night deepened and dreams turned into memories spiraling into the abyss, the fight was just beginning. The Franco-Prussian War was but a precursor, a whisper of the storms yet to come, a reminder that in the grand tapestry of history, every thread, every choice, every heartbeat mattered. And as the shadows of the battlefield lengthened, so too did the shadows of the 20th century loom, dark and foreboding, weaving a narrative that would forever change the human experience.